Good morning everyone and welcome to Trent Bridge. Sam Dalling here all day, live coverage of the Blaze hosting the Lancashire Thunder in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. That ripple of applause you can hear behind me is the Thunder making their way down the pavilion steps here at Trent Bridge. Skipper Rachael Flint won the toss and elected to field. I'm alongside Blaze player Beth Harmer all day. Hello Beth, how are you?
Thank you, how are you?
Yeah, I'm alright, thanks.
Good.
The sun is shining. There's a food festival on in the ground, which I'm sure we will talk about plenty as we eye up a lunchtime trip over there. And there's cricket being played. What more is there?
Yeah, what more could you ask for on a bank holiday Monday?
Absolutely nothing. And we've got a fine game of cricket here, as you can see on the way out. Tammy Beaumont is back in the Blaze side. She and Sarah Glenn come in for Daisy Mullan and Cassidy McCarthy. So the Blaze, the home side, Tammy Beaumont, Teresa Graves, Nadine de Klerk, Marie Kelly, Sarah Glenn, Beth Gammon, Kirsty Gordon, Ella Claridge, Sophie Munro, Lucy Hyam and Grace Ballinger. For the Thunder, well, they've had a couple of changes too, 3 in fact. Emma Lamb, Sophie Eccleston, Kate Cross, Mahika Gore, that's 4, I can't even count. 1, 2, 3, 4, higher or lower, definitely higher. 4 changes, 4 decent players coming into the Thunder side. They're looking pretty strong.
Yeah, it's good. Obviously you want to see the best cricket on show. It's going to be a good ask for the girls today, but nothing that the girls can't shy away from. So a great challenge and some good cricket on show. Let's hope.
Well, yeah, let's hope indeed. It's been a mixed start for the Blaze. Brilliant win up at Scarborough though last week. Must be a lot of confidence with the girls after that.
Yeah, definitely. I think often in cricket you either get into a bad habit of losing or a good habit of just grinding it out and finding a way. And I think the girls showed last week that they could do that. Obviously we want to be in a stronger position where we don't need to leave it that close to the line, but yeah, we've got a good habit broken there, so hopefully we can put a good score on the board today.
Well, no better batter to give the Blaze a chance. Tammy Beaumont, she's going to face up for the first time this season in a Blaze shirt. Kate Cross has new ball in hand. Last time I saw these two play on this ground, Tammy had just made a double 100. She's off the mark straight away. That's a beautiful shot. Over pitched, 2 straight, flicked away for 4.
It's away for 4, yeah, lovely. See, we got a deep third and a deep fine out, so big gap on the square leg boundary. Lovely start for Tammy. Decent
crowd in already. Plenty of sensible folk finding the shade. I'd be doing exactly the same. Stay away from the sun. We're going to have a lot of people in Trent Bridge today as well. 5,000 or so. That's more like what you expect from Kate Cross. Sophie Eccleston looking slightly perplexed at first slip there.
Yeah, much better line from Kate Cross there. Not good enough to find that edge, but Tammy's just going to work out what the ball's doing and ease her way into the innings.
She's got a big smile on her face.
Little edge there from Tammy Beaumont, but played with soft enough hands that it dropped short. The second slip fielder there.
Yeah, so it's Ellie Frauke behind the stumps. Sophie Eccleston at first slip. Sophia Smale. Serene Smale even.
Seren, yeah.
Seren Smale at second slip. Always get those two confused. Sorry, the Smales.
Solid in the defence there from Tammy.
You surprised that Thunder elected to bowl when they won the toss?
No. Given how we've gone this season, I think you would, as an opposition, stick us into bat. But what a great day to go out there and do it at Trent Bridge.
Cut away, but straight to the fielder at backward point, so there'll be no run there.
Going to see from Kate Cross pitching the ball up nice and full here. trying to entice Tammy in that cover drive. We've got a big gap at cover, no one out there, so looking to entice her to get a little edge on the ball.
Last ball, the first over of this day. Think about a single. In the end, very sensibly decide there isn't one there. Emma Lamb does a fielding it back for a point. End of the first over. The Blaze, having been put into bat, have reached full without loss. It was a lovely shot from Tammy Beaumont as well. Now, Beth, why are you alongside me right now? I'm very glad to have you here.
Thank you. Yeah, fortunately picked up a couple injuries the last couple of weeks, which is not what you want this early in the season. Would have loved to be out there with the girls. Probably would have been a great opportunity for me to try and score some runs and cement myself in the team, given that, you know, we are missing the likes of Sarah Bryce and Catherine Bryce. But these things happen nonetheless, so I'm glad I could be here today in some sort.
Yeah, you were in decent nick in pre-season too, weren't you?
Yeah, I was going well. It's just the beauty of the game, isn't it? When you're enjoying it and playing fairly well, these things happen. Mahika Gore to come on then at this end. Tall left arm seamer.
Yeah, what a story she has. So much experience for an 18-year-old still. Change of angle. There's a short mid-wicket in there. Morris catching. An orthodox mid-wicket as well. Naomi Desani. And that is the perfect start for Teresa Graves. Anything Tammy Beaumont can do, well, yeah. Teresa can match.
Yeah. Again, just leaving that cover region open. Teresa Graves drives that lovely straight through. Lovely to see the outfield going nicely at Trent Bridge here today. See, we've got a deep third and a deep wideish fine leg.
Encouragement for Gore. That's a better line, left alone by Teresa Graves. That short catching mid-wicket is a position we see more and more in cricket these days. What's the theory behind that?
So I think,
thinking? Especially
early on, you know, well, we're in May now actually, but early on in the season, you can get some wickets that can be a bit too paced. So batters could sometimes get to the ball a little bit early. So
be a wide down leg side. Rachael moving swiftly to her left to take it cleanly, so Gore will have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, you just see sometimes batters go a little bit early at it, depending on how the pitch is playing. So yeah, we see mid-wicket in there. But Trent Bridge is known for a good batting deck, so can rely on that today. Solid defence from Teresa Graves there. Fielded by Emma Lamb again at backward point.
Mentioned the two Bryces, we should say congratulations to them. They've been out,
yeah.
They've been in the real sunshine. I mean, it's quite nice here today. They've been enjoying proper sunshine, and they've qualified for the upcoming T20 World Cup with Scotland as well.
Yeah, no, credit to them. Huge congrats qualifying for the World Cup. It's a tremendous achievement.
Again, solid from Graves. Couple of Thunder players in that squad as well. Elsa Lister and Hannah Rainey. So congratulations to them too. What a wonderful moment. Bangladesh in September and October. Feels like a long way away, but it's going to come quite quickly, I think.
Yeah, no, it will. That's a great achievement for them.
Gore then, with one slip still there, Eccleston.
Played nicely into the leg side by Teresa Graves.
What can we expect from Teresa Graves? Where's she strong when she gets going?
I think she likes a ball that's probably just back of her length. She's got very nice long levers, so she can hit a ball hard. especially when it's in that area. Tends to like to work the ball to cover extra cover. As we've just seen there, an excellent shot from Teresa Graves. Hands right through that ball, over pitch by Gore, and 4 runs. Great start for Terry.
Great start for Terry. Great start for you as well. It's ideal as a commentator. It doesn't happen that often when you say something and the very next motion just proves you right. End of the over then, 13 without loss. Blaze have reached a nice little start. Both Beaumont and Graves have found boundaries.
Yeah, excellent start. It's nice to see the outfield running very nicely. I think I wasn't at Scarborough last week, but with all that rain that they had, the outfield wasn't particularly nice. A lot of runs for the batters that they had to work hard for. So it's probably a bit of a batter's dream being here today.
Cross continues then. 2 slips in. Beaumont waits. Beautiful up at Scarborough. It really. Have you been up there?
I haven't. No, I wanted to go. Yeah.
It's a proper old school club ground. It's just festival cricket at its
Yeah.
best. It's beautiful. The beach has kind of got 2 sides. So you've got the touristy, tacky but wonderful bit with all your slot machines and things like that. And then on the other side, it's just this beautiful open water. Well worth a visit. Turning to the leg side for no run orthodox mid-wicket. Does the fielding. Tammy Beaumont remains on 4. Her first game of the season for play. She got married as well a couple of weeks ago, didn't she?
Yeah.
What an offence that is, by the way, to get married during the cricket season. Did she get fined for that?
Maybe, we'll see. No, very glad she's back.
Just takes a couple of steps towards Kate Cross, try and negate a little bit of early swing perhaps. Rachael has got the helmet out there, might see her come up to the stumps. She's just a different class, isn't she, Tammy?
Yeah, she obviously adds so much depth to this batting order. She's a very calm person to be around. It's great to learn off someone like her.
Uses her feet there. I think Kate Cross saw her coming, so just dropped her length back a bit. And Beaumont was able to just open the face up. Emma Lamb scrambles around at backward point, does the fielding. Slightly wayward throw, but there is a fielder backing up. Morris does well. Has just come through for a single. So Graves is going to take guard to face Kate Cross for the first time. I was going to say this afternoon, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. Time has all merged over the last couple of days. It hasn't felt like a bank holiday.
Kate Cross in to bowl at Teresa. Hit on the pad. Not out, says the umpire.
The umpire being a former teammate of yours, is that right?
Yeah, so back in Norfolk, our club side, Swardston Cricket Club.
Nice, good little mention.
Yeah, no, great fun. It's nice. He did a game for us. I feel like it was last year. So it's nice just to keep in touch somehow.
Well, that's a beauty from Kate Cross. Absolute beauty. A little nod of the head from Tammy Beaumont. End of the over, 3 gone. 14 without loss. Blaze, if you're just joining us, Sam Dalling alongside Beth Harmer, Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy action here at Trent Bridge. First of a little bit of a residency for the Blaze, actually. 4 games coming up. Play Western Storm on Wednesday, then a couple of T20s. Some Vipers on the 23rd of May, and there's a double header with the Notts Outlaws on the 31st of May. I'm delighted to be doing that one, actually. 2:30 start working, and then I can just sit and watch some more cricket for the evening. It's a joy.
Yeah, no, it should be really good. I think it's really good. All the girls at the Blaze have really enjoyed having that kind of connection to the men, learning a lot from them in the winter, and just being in and around the environment it's been very good for us.
Beaumont to face up to Gore then for the first time. She went to cut that one, Tammy Beaumont. Either wasn't quite wide enough, or it just shaped back in.
Yeah, it looked like it just shaped back in a little bit, maybe a bit fuller than what she thought. But no, another dot ball for Gore.
Have you seen much of Gore live?
I haven't actually. I think last year had a second 11 game, but I think she was was about called off for the rain anyway. As Gore is back into bowl. Played nicely from Tammy Beaumont there. Strong defence, little outside edge, down to third man for get through for 1 run.
Oh, it's a lovely story. Lanks just spotted her by chance, really. They were out there in the UAE, and I think they ran a taster session for a local school or college, and it was in nets, not even a full run up. Graves in behind that one. The masterclass, Keaton Jennings was there, and they saw her, and Warren Heyhoe went, this girl can bowl a little bit. I don't think she was originally able to go. I think she had training commitments to the UAE, but it was cancelled. Right. But anyway, Warren Heyhoe found out she had a British passport, and when Lanks were back about 6 months later, they picked her up. And she is flying. Left arm, I played a very low level of cricket, but if there weren't many left arm seamers around, but when they come on, it just...
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of it as well. It's quite funny. The Thunder have 3 left arm seamers, so a lot of depth in that. But no, she's done excellently and started off quite nicely today.
Oh, speaking of a nice start, Teresa Graves has her middle stump removed from the ground. She has to go early. Blaze have lost their first wicket. Graves made 8. Tammy Beaumont is not out on 6. 15 for 1. That one just looked like it shaped back again.
Yeah, missed that one there from Terry. I'm sure we'll see the replay, but yeah, middle stump out of the ground there from Gore. As I was saying, even better start than what it was before that ball for her. It's a shame Teresa was looking quite nice there. We're just seeing the replay now. Yeah, that ball just shapes back in. Gore finding a way through the bat and pad of Teresa there. Well bowled for her. I believe this is Nadine de Klerk coming to the crease.
I think that is all you can say, really, isn't it? Well bowled. It was an absolute beauty.
Yeah.
An absolute beauty. So Nadine de Klerk, who's batted at a 3 once so far this season. Largely she's been coming in at 5. She did come in at 3 against the Sunrisers a couple of games ago.
Yeah, no, Nadine's great to have her on the team. I think early on last year she was quite quiet, but I think she really enjoys it here. So it's great to have her back this season. Yeah, nice to see her batting at 3 today as well.
Well, after what was quite a promising start, as a little stutter from the Blaze, it'll be interesting to see where they go from here. Gore to de Klerk. Even that one alone is too wide to tempt de Klerk into playing a shot. I'm going to have to be careful here because you know them all and you refer to them by their first names. Yeah. So I've got to remember not to do it myself. I don't know them. End of the over. 15 for 1.
Yeah, so just the 1 run coming off that, and obviously the wicket as well. So a lovely over from Mahika Gore there.
Yeah, 2 overs, 1 for 10. Kate Cross takes her cap off and hands it to umpire Chris Watts. 2 overs, 0 for 5 for her, all her international experience. There's a lot of international experience out on that field right now. There's some seriously good cricket in store. It's brilliant when everyone is available. England series with Pakistan starting on Saturday, which is in 5 days' time. I think. 2 slips wait. I never know. Like, is that 5 days time or 6 days time?
6?
Which day do you? Is that what you would you say 6?
I would say 6.
Your instinct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, 6.
Okay, but we're on.
We've got a full day though.
Okay.
Left.
So if I'd have said it, when's your cut-off time? After 6?
3:30.
Okay, 3:30. Okay, a bit earlier, a bit more leeway. Noted.
Kate Cross in again. Defended nicely from Tammy Beaumont. Fielding at extra cover there is Katie Mack. Looks like Thunder have picked up a little bit of buzz in the field here. Searching for that second wicket.
Well, they'll have looked at the Blazes' scores, which have room for improvement over the course of the season. Just that one victory. It did come in the last game up at Scarborough, as we were saying. I think that might have taken the inside edge.
That was excellently bowled from Kate Cross there. Not sure. Yeah, umpire's given that run, so Tammy Beaumont must have got a little edge there as it flies down to fine leg for 4.
Yes, it looked like it just cut back into her. Rachael couldn't get a glove on it. It flew. It was an inside edge. It flew, missed the stumps, ran away for 4. Beaumont moves into double figures. She won't mind that too much, but a bit of encouragement for the Thunder.
Kate Cross in again to bowl. Tammy takes a little shimmer down the pitch. Defends it nicely. Kate Cross looks quite fired up here. Bowlers never like any movement from the batters.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for Rachael. Does she come up to the stumps? Because bowlers don't really like it. I don't know. It's certainly not in their opening spell. And with the white ball, it may be, if it's going to move around a little bit, it will be now. That's a beauty. It's properly squared Tammy Beaumont up there. This pitch has got a little bit in it, I think.
Got a little bit in it, yeah. I think Kate Cross is bowling nicely here. Great opening spell for her. Back into the Thunder squad. Good challenge. Good challenge for Tammy and Nadine out there.
That's what you want, isn't it? A challenge. Just pulls out of that one. Second, Kate Cross was ready to go. Tammy Beaumont wasn't quite.
Mind games.
Mind games played with a smile on her face. That's what gets you with Tammy Beaumont. End of the over. Cross is third. 5th of the innings. Blaze are 19 for 1. It's a beautiful day here at Trent Bridge. I tell you what, when I looked at the forecast a couple of days ago, it was looking quite wet, and I was a bit sad about that. I missed too much cricket this year due to the weather. It's been superbly wet. No, super wet is probably the right way of putting it.
Yeah, it's not been great this year, but yeah, what more could you ask for a bank holiday Monday?
You found that's affected the pitches a little bit in pre-season and early season?
Yeah, I would say so. If we had a few games that were either called off or ground had to be changed at the last minute. But it's not really in many people's control. Doesn't really matter where you are, whether that be a first-class ground or not. You know, you can't affect how much rain we actually had. So it's really nice being out here at Trent Bridge today. It's a wide ball from Mahika Gore in her 3rd over.
Played a couple of games so far this season, just being careful with young quick bowlers as they are. So you played the opening game against the Diamonds for Thunder, picked up 0 for 21, picked up a wicket against Western Storm as well, but missed the Vipers game. So she's basically being one on, one off.
Dean de Klerk plays that down to 3rd man, gets her off the mark. Yeah, I think England had a camp last week, so the majority of those players were away with that, which obviously gave more opportunities for those regional players in the comp. But yeah, many of the England players are back this week, so.
They'll pick up one. It'll probably be just one as well. Naomi Tatani coming around to do the fielding. Was to her right. Still having to scramble around the left-hander, but wasn't really enough pace on the ball for there to be two. They bring de Klerk back on to strike. One slip. Short mid-wicket. Backward point, cover mid-on, mid-off. Mid-wicket. Fine leg and a third. There's that nip backer. Mahika Gore turned and asked the question. Sounded like inside edge to me from up here.
It did sound, yeah. Yeah, it did sound like an inside edge. Dug out from Nadine de Klerk there. It's important just to get yourselves in on a day like this. But don't often get the chance to just bat on what looks like a nice pitch and a lovely outfield. So they'll just be looking to get themselves in early on.
Where might Nadine de Klerk's go-to shot be? What's her?
She's 360 player, to be fair. I think probably in the back of her head she will be currently eyeing up that cover gap with no cover out there, but she's got heaps of experience, so loves these kind of situations. Not so much pressure situations, but loves being out there in the middle.
There is that cover gap. It's going to be chased and I think pulled back. Yes, it has been. Katie Mack does the fielding, keeps them to a couple. Good to see her then replacing the divot that she made out there. Katie Mack, ground staff must hate that. All that time they put in and then cricketers dare turn up and make divots.
Yeah, Nadine de Klerk just playing that one nicely. Soft hands into that cover gap, picking up 2 runs. Not struck too hard, but still managing to almost reach the boundary there. So it's encouraging signs for the batters here today.
That'll be another wide, and Ellie Frelkeld moves to her left, takes it cleanly. I like her gloves as well. It's like, so footballers, you played a bit of football too. You watch game football now, there's no one in black boots. And it's the same with wicket-keeping gloves, just pure black boots, pure black gloves. There's something about them that's just beautiful. You
have to be confident to wear black gloves though, don't you?
Do you think so?
Yeah, as a batter as well, yeah. Mahika Gore in for our last ball of this over. And blocked nicely from Nadine de Klerk, just playing that to short mid-wicket in there. End of the over. Players are at 25 for 1. Off 6 overs.
Well, Annie Frelkeld has the confidence to wear her black gloves, and she is a very, very good wicketkeeper. Lancashire Thunder captain as well. She called correctly about an hour ago at the toss and said, "We'll have a bowl, please," to Kirsty Gordon, who was probably expecting that as soon as the coin landed. Strong bowling lineup for Lancashire Thunder today. Kate Cross.
Played excellently through mid-wicket from Tammy Beaumont there, capitalising on that fuller ball. 4 runs more to the total.
Yeah, that's a glorious stroke, isn't it? She's so strong off her legs. We saw her very first ball on the game was 2 straight, 2 full, whipped the square leg, and then that one 20 minutes or so later is just worked through mid-wicket beautifully. The sound as well, we've got the window open here because it's nice and warm, and the sound of ball on bat there was glorious.
defended nicely from Tammy there. Respecting that ball from Kate Cross. Great cricket on show today.
Could sit and watch Tammy Bowman all day. And if you're a Blaze fan, you'll be hoping that is the case. Another nice shot. Doesn't quite time it as well. So it will be pulled back by Fee Morris. They pick up a couple.
Yeah, there from the girls. Maybe a bit of an inside of the bat there from Tammy. No, ticking along nicely.
She's a busy cricketer, isn't she, Tammy Beaumont? She's always a little bit fidgety at the crease. She's always doing something, doesn't stand still for very long.
Yeah, no, but I think that's the beauty of it. Player like herself. Kate Cross in again. Struck firmly down the ground, fielded a bit on there by Naomi Tatani.
Yeah, it was absolutely drilled, that straight out of the middle. Big smile on her face, Tammy Beaumont. Tatani plays an important role there at mid-on. Ellie Fraukel, the skipper. It's difficult for the captain being wicketkeeper. You basically end up having to run laps if you want to chat to your bowlers, and I think Naomi Tatani is very useful there in terms of conversations with bowlers. As second slip comes out, Serene Smale just in that position. The previous shot went straight along the ground, but short mid-on is where Serene Smale has gone in.
A great ball again there from Kate Cross. A few of the Thunder players went up, but shake of the head from the umpire.
Yeah, tellingly, neither wicketkeeper nor bowler were particularly interested in that one. Someone was. I don't know who it was. Someone was very excitable. See Serene Smale basically standing just behind de Klerk there almost.
Excellent shot there from Tammy Beaumont through the point fielder. And fielded by Hannah Jones at deep point there.
Yeah, I think she just about kept it. It went through Emma Lamb. She looked like she'd done the work and then almost messed it up. But I think the ball stopped just shy of the boundary.
Yeah, so just the 2 runs there. Blaze move on to 33 for 1 off 7 overs.
Yeah, decent over that. 8 coming off it for Beaumont, who's moved on to 19 from 25 balls, in fact. If you're just joining us as well, over 2,000 of you on the YouTube live stream, actually. Sam Dalling alongside Beth Harmer on the Blaze live stream all day with you. Blaze versus Thunder in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. To get in touch, I'll keep an eye on the YouTube comments as well if anyone's got any questions for, well, Beth, no one wants to ask me any questions, but you being a professional cricketer are well worthy of a quiz. Oh, and it's the second wicket. Mahika Gore has bowled Nadine de Klerk. A very similar dismissal to the one that got Teresa Graves, just shaping away, then nipping back in. Didn't quite take the stumps out of the ground this time, but did remove the bails. And Nadine de Klerk, batting at free, has got to wander off.
Yeah, another excellent ball there from Mahika Gore. Looks as though Nadine de Klerk was, well, she was playing straight, so no, just an excellent ball off the seam and back into the batter there. So very well bowled from her. See the back of Nadine Klerk now. It's a great opening spell for the Thunder bowler here. She gets her second wicket of the day. We see Marie Kelly come into the crease now. She was opening the first few games, but we're seeing her now at 4, so excited to see this today.
Yeah, she made 20 batting at 4 in that Diamonds game last time out. Didn't have quite as much success opening the batting, but a fine player.
Yeah, definitely.
She's going to have to face up to another fine player, though, Mahika Gore, who has got her tail up a little bit. 2 for 15 so far from 3.1 overs. Ali Fraukeld's early decision to invite the Blaze to bat is looking all right now. Long way to go. And Tammy Beaumont is still out there on 19. Well, the Blaze need a partnership here. 33 for 2. Still almost 43 overs remaining.
Beautifully defended there from Marie Kelly. Right over that ball. And picked up from the mid-off fielder, Hannah Jones.
Yeah. She's got the ability to score runs very quickly, Marie Kelly. I remember when she got that. There was the fastest 100 in the women's regional comp at one point, wasn't it, a couple of years ago?
Yeah, no, definitely. Marie Kelly's obviously an exceptional player. As Mahika Gore comes in. Beautifully driven there from Marie Kelly. She gets it past the extra cover fielder. Mid-off, makes the chase, but does not get there. 4 runs to Marie Kelly. A great shot to start off her account today.
Yes, it was one of those teasing ones that the fielders had to keep chasing, knowing they probably weren't going to get there. I mean, you get a funny old look from the bowler if you give up too early on that one. Is it Hannah Jones down there?
It was, yeah.
Hannah Jones, who is playing, despite her picture not being displayed on the Trent Bridge screen. Think about a single. Sensibly turn it down, though. Naomi Datani with her left hand doing the fielding at mid-wicket. 37 for 2.
He could go bowling very nicely here. 2 balls left in this 8th over.
That's a beautiful shot as well from Kelly. Just back of her length. She hardly hit it at all. She just eased it in front of point and up towards the stand there. She has started well. I was saying she had plenty of time. Well, she's going at 200s at the moment.
Yeah,
strike rate wise.
Lovely shot from Marie Kelly there, as you say. Not tried to overhit that the slightest. So comes off the bat lovely and beats that fielder just in front of point there. Mahika Gore coming in to bowl the final ball of this over. Slight inside of the bat, but nevertheless played nicely from Marie Kelly there. Blaze a 41 for 2 off 8 overs.
Yeah, it's hard to know who'll be more pleased with the start. Probably the Fundo. I mean, the run rate, there's nothing wrong with that from the Blaze, but it's those 2 wickets really, isn't it? And losing your opener and your number 3, as you can see on screen there, Teresa Graves and Nadine de Klerk, both being bowled by Mahika Gore. Graves had her middle stump removed from the ground. De Klerk, while she was playing for a straight one, it just nipped back and clipped the top of leg stump. Beautiful from Mahika Gore. But Tammy Beaumont is still there, unbeaten on 19 and batting very nicely indeed. Are we going to see a change of bowling? I think Kate Cross still has her hat on, and it's going to be Phoebe Graham, I believe, into the attack for the first time today.
Yeah, maybe saving Kate Cross for the middle to back end, potentially. But yeah, we see Phoebe Graham, another tool bowler, gets some good bounce. Bowls quite a heavy length ball. Yeah, as we see her coming in to bowl the first ball of her over. And she slips.
Yeah, just lost her footing there, did
Yeah.
she? Wide down the leg side. Chris Watts signals it. She's still grinning though, fortunately, in no pain. Formerly of the Northern Diamonds. Been at the Thunder for a couple of years. Has been a mainstay of the side actually this season. Has played every game in fact, whereas last year she was out on loan a little bit. She had to spell at Western Storm. Back of a length turned into the leg side. Beaumont will think about 2, won't get there though. Mahika Gore comes around, does the fielding.
Yeah, it worked nicely there from Tammy. Yeah, Phoebe Graham's been bowling well this year. Good to see her in this Thunder side today. Marie Kelly prepares to face the first ball at this end, I believe.
Couple of slips in for Kelly then. Eccleston and Serene Smale accompanying Ellie Fraukeld. Genuine outside edge there. It flew through gully area. There was no one there. And Hannah Jones does the fielding down at third, but Graham won't mind too much. Kelly happy to throw her arms at that one.
Yeah, we just see her just practicing her shot at the non-striker's end there. I think just telling herself to get into that ball a little bit more, but nevertheless, another run to her, another run to the total.
I think just going down the leg side, you can always tell by where the wicketkeeper is by the time the ball cannons into the pads. I don't think Chris Watts was interested in the slightest. Phoebe Graham was sort of half interested.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm not a bowler, but if I've hit the pads of Tammy and it looks fairly straight, I think I'd go up too.
Yes. If you don't ask the question.
Yeah, you don't get it.
Cut, but straight to Emma Lamb, a backward point. Is it Emma Lamb? No, it's not, is it?
Looks like Fee Morris from up here. Bit of a way down there, but I think it is Fee Morris.
No, it's
No,
Katie
it's Katie
Mack.
Mack.
It's Katie Mack. It was Emma Lamb at backward point. She's changed, that's why. It's Katie Mack with a 2 on her back. Another lovely shot, but straight at Serene Smale, who's come out of the slips for Beaumont into cover. Good bit of captaincy there from Ellie Fraukeld.
Yeah, we just see that slight field change. I don't think Tammy would mind that too much. She's driven that excellently. So really encouraging signs for her there.
That one goes under the bat, I think. And there's another one of those quite loud whoops. I think it was the same person who was appealing in a couple of overs ago. End of the over, 44 for 2, 9 gone.
Mahika Gore to continue her spell here. She's bowling excellently, so wouldn't take her off, would you?
No, like she's gone for a few runs, but I think that's with a bowler like that, like her, you don't mind that too much because she's just a strike bowler. She's able to take wickets.
Another thick outside edge from Marie Kelly there. Land safely. Fielding done by Serene Smale. The deep third man area. Tammy Beaumont on strike.
Use of the feet there again from Tammy Beaumont, a couple of yards down the pitch by the time she met that delivery again. Having to be watchful, that one that shapes back into the right-hander from Mahika Gore. Plenty of encouragement from her teammates too.
Yeah, just moving around a little bit on that in the crease just to try and deviate that movement, which Mahika Gore has been getting and getting it right so far.
She's absolutely middled that one, Tammy Beaumont, but straight at Hannah Jones, who's deep at mid-off, right on the edge of the ring, and that has immediately led Ellie Fraukeld to go and pick up the helmet. She flicked the hat off, helmet up, had enough of Tammy Beaumont coming down the wicket. Not surprising, really.
Yeah. Tammy just changes her guard here.
So would you change guard if the keeper comes up to the stumps to a seamer?
It just depends what the bowler's doing, I reckon. He could go in. Tammy Beaumont played to backward point but fielded nicely there from Emma Lamb. Dot ball.
So what do you bat off as standard?
Middle. Standard, yeah.
Is that less common now?
Probably, yeah. It's probably more middle and leg. I guess it's very subjective, isn't it? Depends who's bowling and I guess what your role is as a batter, but
cut away for 4 in front of square. Katie Mack will do the chasing, but simply because she needs to get the ball back for the next delivery. Beaumont moves on to 24, batting beautifully now.
Yeah, played that lovely with so much control over that ball. Still got that gap in the cover region, which we're seeing, so Thunder are being aggressive. In saying that, Sophie Eccleston has just moved out of the slips to go into that cover region, so final ball of the over, possibly just protecting, seeing out the over from Thunder as Mahika Gore is coming in for this final ball. And defended nicely by Tammy Beaumont, picked up by Sophie Eccleston in cover. End of over, Blazer 49 for 2 off 10 overs.
I was slightly surprised to see Eccleston playing, actually. I was running slightly late myself, and maybe it was more like 9:30, but I just nipped into the co-op next to Trent Bridge, get myself a bottle of fizzy pop, stood aside for someone coming out the door, and I was like, oh, it's Sophie Eccleston. Straight out to warm up.
Yeah, so out of the power play now, so Thunder can have 4 players out. I'm assuming they will still be pretty aggressive against probably more so Marie Kelly, who's a new batter. We'll maybe see more cover out for Tammy Beaumont. But Phoebe Graham to continue.
It'd be interesting as a captain here then, Ellie Fraukaud. He's got Eccleston at almost a second slip, quite wide. And the leg side taken. Chris Watts signals for a wide, so that will be an extra run. Have to be bowled again as well. It's whether, of course, you're still trying to get Tammy Beaumont out, but actually maybe you're looking to stem her runs primarily and try and take wickets at the other end. I mean, she's still got a long time before she runs out of partners. That's better from Graham.
Yeah, worked nicely on the leg side there from Marie Kelly. Yeah, I think it will probably just be a case of trying to bowl at Marie Kelly as much as possible. And when you do get the opportunity to go against Tammy, just be aggressive and trying to get her out as early as you can.
Fielder down at third is Hannah Jones, so it will just be a single. Nice shot from Marie Kelly. But this is important as well as picking up the boundaries. If you can rotate the strike, if you can keep the fielders on their toes, how can change, keep that scoreboard ticking over. What you don't want in a one-day game is to get stuck.
Yeah.
If you lose wickets, you've got to keep the scoring going.
Yeah, so as I've said, I would have thought the field would change for Tammy, and it has. So deep cover has gone out. We've got deep third, deep fine, and a square leg in front.
Oh, and it's been put down, I think. That could prove a costly drop. She wasn't quite sure, Naomi Datani, whether she didn't pick it up. The white ball with the white stands here in the pavilion where we are. But that was a chance. It was drilled hard by Tammy Beaumont. She didn't quite time it. And it's a catch that should have been taken.
Yeah, I think Thunder will look back on that. Should have been taken. Naomi Datani would usually take catches like that. But yeah, Tammy Beaumont has struck that very hard as she faces up another ball. and work nicely to the square leg. Fielder on the boundary, and they get through for a single.
Dropped on 24 then. Tammy Beaumont, a lifeline that Thunder really wouldn't have wanted to give her. Ellie Frelkhold is up to the stumps now for Marie Kelly on strike. She's got 11 from 9 balls, started with a couple of boundaries. Blaze 52 for 2.
Blocks out nicely from Marie there. Much fuller ball from Phoebe Graham. Not far off a Yorker length, so yeah, well dug out from Marie. Blaze ticking along nicely here. As cover goes out for the last ball of the over.
Good bit of work from Ellie Frelkhold. Takes the ball, whips the bails off. End of the over, 52 for 2. Tammy Beaumont dropped in that previous over on 24 by Naomi Ditani at mid-on. Just didn't pick the ball up, I don't think, out of the white seats in the Radcliffe Road end. Catch you'd expect it to take pretty much every time. I think it ended up going through the hands and hitting the knee, maybe.
Yeah, I think seeing it on that replay. Just one of those that goes very flat and very fast. Yeah, a tricky one, but nonetheless one that we'd expect Naomi Ditani to take, and one that she'd probably expect to take herself as well.
She sets the standards so high there. Mahika Gore's going to continue. She's got the 2 wickets to fall so far into her 6th over. Ellie Frelkhold is up to the stumps. Gore from the Radcliffe Road end. Beaumont on a strike with 25. She could do one of those magic deliveries that just nips back into Tammy Beaumont's stumps. That will make the Thunder and Naomi Ditani feel a little bit better about life, as Kate Cross just waving her arms from mid-on, moving the fielder at fine leg a little bit squarer. There it is. It wasn't the magic delivery that hit the stump, but it was almost a carbon copy of the catch that was put down in the previous over. This time, Kate Cross makes sure, though, it's cost just a single run. Naomi Ditani will breathe a sigh of relief. Mahika Gore has her 3rd wicket. The Blaze have lost their 3rd wicket. It's a big one. It's Tammy Beaumont for 25. Difficult times for the Blaze.
Yeah, maybe Tammy just testing her luck a little bit. Dropped on 24, caught on 25. So yeah, not what you want to see as a Blaze supporter. But this brings Sarah Glenn to the crease. Another very competent England player.
I like that. Competent.
Very
competent. Very competent. Yeah, brilliant to see her playing. I love watching her bowl. But she's got a job to do with the bat here. Coming in at 5. She's played a couple of games already this season. Been batting at 6. Not had a score of yet. How the Blaze would love to get one today. I'm sure she would love one too. Mahika Gore, though, is ticking. 3 for so far. She's probably bought herself another over as well with that one.
Yeah, no, she's bowling very nicely. And as you say, this is exactly what Thunder would have wanted when they won the toss and stuck the Blaze into bat. Probably like to pick up a few more wickets from their point of view. But no, Mahika Gore is bowling very well here.
Leg stump guard by the looks of things for Sarah Glenn. Slip goes back in. Sophie Eccleston. As does that catching mid-wicket.
Lovely bounce from Mahika Gore there. Good height on her, so you'd expect the ball to get up quite nicely.
It's the thing with bowlers who've got that kind of height, even if their pace isn't up on a day, it's the bounce they get.
Yeah, definitely. I think I'd have to work quite hard if I wanted to bounce it like that. Drilled nicely into that cover gap from Sarah Glenn there. Fielded by Emma Lamb. Deep cover. Sarah Glenn picks up 2. 2 more added to the total. Blaze are on 54 for 3. Halfway through this score over then. As we see Sophie Eccleston coming out of that slip into that cover gap region. Still got the mid wicket in close. And a mid wicket a little square as well.
Oh, there is that bouncer. Mahika Gores ended up on the floor. She threw everything into that. It didn't really get up at all. I mean, she was through the shot too early there, Sarah Glenn.
Yeah, I think you could probably see that short ball coming, but as you said, it probably didn't go through and get up as quick as maybe what she would have wanted to. Nonetheless, another dot ball. And Mahika Gore bowling nicely here. She comes in. And is that an inside edge, or was there a bit of a pad on that? Umpire gives it leg byes. So we've got 4 leg byes there. Well, I wonder if that was in line or not.
It was Ellie Frelkeld that was interested. Mahika Gore wasn't. From that left-handed angle, Sarah Glenn's turning around and saying, "Nah, that's doing too much."
Yeah, well, if she's is batting on leg stump and she is drifting it in, it's probably unlikely. But 4 more added to the total. Mahika Gore comes in for a final ball of the over. Outside edge there from Sarah Glenn. Well fielded by Emma Lamb at backward point. And that is over. Blaze are 58 for 3 off 12 overs.
Yeah, another brilliant over from the funder and Mahika Gore's perspective. 3 wickets for her, 3 huge wickets as well. They have been, she's dismissed the top 3 Blaze batters. Sammy Beaumont, Theresa Graves, Nadine de Klerk, not in that order, all been and gone. Beaumont for 25, Graves for 8, de Klerk for 3. So a bit of a rebuild job on for the Blaze here, who, sorry to say this, came into the game bottom of the table.
Yeah.
1 win from their 4 games so far. Thunder started the day in 6, also just the single win for them. Still plenty of time left to go in the season. It's about finding form at the right time. Phoebe Graham going to continue from the Stuart Broad end. Marie Kelly on strike.
Worked nicely into mid-wicket there. Pick up a couple of runs as Fee Morris does the work there at deep mid-wicket. Running round from square leg. Nice little flick off the pads there from Marie.
I was just a tad surprised they took the slip out to her. Actually, yeah, I know she's got a couple of boundaries, but she's also had a couple of shots which have flown up in the air, found the edge, 60 for 3. Keep the pressure on.
Was that another edge, or was it missed by everybody?
Chris Watts' hand looks like it's about to go up. Yeah, there it is.
Missed by everyone. As Phoebe Graham just puts that a little bit wider. Yeah, I would have thought Marie's put through that kind of gully region. So I guess maybe that attacking option could be to put a gully in there and entice her into playing through that cover gap. But
Katie Mack at backward point does the fielding. Yeah, I was thinking similar. Almost, I know you want a third as well, but almost a kind of short third catching on the edge of the ring. So go on then, you play that cover drive. Mistimed a couple already. Timed a couple beautifully too.
Yeah, we've covers up. We've got a third, a fine, and a square leg just in front on the boundary there. As Phoebe Graham's in. And that one is pulled beautifully from Marie Kelly. Brings up 4 runs for her there. Mahika Gore down at fine leg could not stop that. And a well executed shot from Marie Kelly.
Yes, it was an absolute beauty that from Kelly. She swivelled nicely with the ball, came right off the middle. 2 fielders down there, deep square leg and a deep fine leg. Neither had any chance. Wasn't a great delivery from Phoebe Graham. She's bowled better.
Yeah, so 2 balls left of the over and deep cover goes out.
Smart work from Rachael there. That was a difficult one to take, actually. It was quite low. Almost in a long barrier when she took it. Those black gloves.
Yeah.
You ever
Must
kept?
be.
Did you ever keep wicket? Ever tried
No,
it?
I think I did it once for Norfolk. And I don't think it went very well.
Okay.
Phoebe Graham in. Last ball of the over. And a nice cover drive there from Marie Kelly. 1 run to deep cover. That concludes that over. Blaze at 7 for 3 off 13.
Again, they're just giving her one, giving her the strike.
Yeah.
Just strikes me as slightly odd. I know that they're of much finer cricketing minds than mine, so I'll defer to Ellie Ferrelkeld and her team. But you want to be bowling at Sarah Glenn, surely.
Yeah, I think, well, maybe from their point of view, the way the Blaze have gone throughout the season so far, I suppose they're not too worried about who they bowl at the minute. But yeah, especially the way Mahika Kaur is bowling, I don't think she'll be particularly fussy about who she's bowling at. So it is Marie Kelly to be on strike here, as we're seeing deep cover go out, deep square, deep third, and deep fine. Played nicely by Marie Kelly. Nice big lunge there from her. Fielded by Emma Lamb at point there. We're seeing the stand in front of us. Fair few people here so far. Mahika got in to bowl. Played nicely again by Marie Kelly, fielded by Emma Lamb at point. No run.
It's just those two in the game at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nottingham Street Food Festival on today, so I think that's completely sold out. I think about 5,000 ticket holders across a couple of sessions will be joined by us probably at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Waving our meal vouchers, trying to skip the queue. Don't think the media passes skip the queue for that.
That's sad. Might not make it back in time. He could go in, and that will be a wide ball. Well taken by Ellie Ferrelkeld. Little stumble. Bit slippy, maybe, behind the stumps there. He could go bowl that one again. Just 2 balls so far in this over.
So I know Marie Kelly bowls right-handed and left-handed.
Yeah.
Does she have a bat left-handed in the
No.
nets? No.
No. Don't think she can quite do that yet.
Good running that. Drop and run into the gap, even though it was to Eccleston's left hand.
Oh.
Kate Cross.
Well backed up there from Kate Cross.
Just gives a stare to Sophie Eccleston.
Full stretch dive there, as the throw wasn't too good from Sophie Eccleston, but great running from the Blaze there. Marie Kelly and Sarah Glenn setting off very quickly to pick up those quick singles, which is exactly what you need when you've got a good ball. You can defend it and still pick up a run for it. So very good as cover has come up for Sarah Glenn.
This time Zatani is in quickly from square leg, so they won't get one. That's good work from Thunder. I played club cricket, and there was a lad who could do that, who could bat right and left-handed. I saw him go from he made 50 right-handed, turned around and made 100.
That's crazy.
It was pretty impressive. And he said, well, it's easy, it just makes sense. It's just angles. It's just mechanics.
You've still got to be good enough to do that, though.
Like, it is for you. He wasn't a pro.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's cannoned into the pads. Half a shout, I think, again, with Sarah Glenn batting on leg stump and the ball nipping back into her. It's got to be pretty special. Basically, she's got to hit her on the full.
Yeah, just with that angle. Another drop ball for Mahika Kaur there. Bowling very nicely. Coming in to bowl her final over of the final ball of the 7th over then. Cover goes out. And it must have hit a pad on the way through as it's gone down the leg side, but no wide given. So another dot ball to finish off that 7th over there from Heyhoe. Plays 69 for 3 off 14 overs.
It's one of those appeals that the fielding side are basically just making sure the umpire knows it's not a wide.
Yeah.
It's flicked something. Rose Dove nodded in agreement down at the striker's end.
Yeah.
Do you keep Mika Gore going now then? She's bowled 7.
We are going to see a bowling change from the far end. Sophie Eccleston comes on to bowl to replace Phoebe Graham. Potentially. I must say I don't know if she does bowl at the back end much. I don't know the answer to that, but they might be thinking to save her at the end and pick up a few of our tail enders. But nonetheless, we are going to see Sophie Eccleston bowl from the Stuart Broad end.
Yeah, a couple of slow left armers in this side, Eccleston and Hannah Jones. Eccleston, well, effectively the best bowler in the world. There's not much more that needs saying than that. She is wonderful. I watched her take wickets here in the Test match against Australia in that Ashes series last year. Absolutely phenomenal. Played a couple of games, 3 for 40 against the Sunrisers from her 10, 3 for 16 against the Storm. Didn't play the Vipers match because of that England camp you were talking about a little bit earlier on, Beth.
Yeah, but she'll be raring to go here today. Put her stamp on the game here at Trent Bridge. We've got a kind of deep sweeper, deep mid-wicket, if you like. Mid-wicket in the ring. A backward square in the ring. Third man in the ring. And everyone else up. So just that one fielder out.
There's that one late. Kelly cuts it to Mack at backward point. She'll get through these overs quickly as well, Eccleston. That just builds a little bit more pressure on the Blaze. That's a big shout going down leg side. It wasn't that big a shout actually. I thought she was going to go up.
Yeah, not a bad option I don't think for Marie Kelly there. If it's missing going down leg, then take advantage of only having that one fielder out. Quicker ball there from Sophie Eccleston, another dot. 4 balls already of this over completed.
Marie Kelly's trying to be positive here as well. It's just Eccleston's bowling so well. Found the fielders a couple of times.
It's a shot from Marie Kelly. Piercing through extra cover gap. Chases on, but the fielders will not get it. That's 4 runs from Marie Kelly. Excellent shot for her. 4 more added to the total.
Yeah, and it's good to see because actually, as fine a bowler as Eccleston is, sometimes bowlers play on their reputation a little bit, and actually there's an aura to them. Eccleston has it, Simon Harmer has it in the men's game, and actually it makes batters be a little bit more tentative. And if you're like that, you've already lost 3/4 of the battle. That's what the bowlers like that want.
Yeah, exactly. I think for a bowler of Eccleston's stature, you need to put her off her line and length early. As Marie has missed that one. Umpire Chris Watts shakes his head. It's a dot ball to finish that over. Blazers 73 for 3 off 15. But yeah, it's important when a bowler finds their consistency, it's hard to get them off that. So you want to try and apply pressure back onto them early on. I think a lot of the time it's bowlers bowling to batters and the pressure's on the batters, but actually sometimes can you apply that pressure to the bowler and not let them settle into their spell.
Eccleston just having a chat with Chris Watts. She, I think, quite liked that LBW shout. I thought it was only half a shout because actually she went through her appeal, then realised the ball was still live, so went off to get it, but then turned round and ended up head on hands. I'm sure it was very, very polite, but she did just inquire as to what that was missing, and we're going to have a double change of bowling. A left arm seamer
spinner
is being replaced by a left arm.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's okay. Two slow left armers on.
Yeah, Hannah Jones. Very consistent bowler. Probably a little bit slower than Sophie Eccleston, but nonetheless bowls in very consistent areas.
Good use of the feet by Sarah Glenn. Yorked almost by Hannah Jones. You saw her coming. 2 wickets in the last game. 5 wickets this season. She's been an ever-present Hannah Jones. Well bowled. Just saw Glenn advancing and floated it up a little bit, which caused her to pause, pick up a single out towards, I think it's Emma Lamb out there on the boundary.
Female, right, I think.
Oh.
I think she's got the orange spikes on.
Aha. Good spot. Wearing her Blaze kit. It's lovely kit, by the way, that Blaze stuff, isn't it?
It's nice, yeah.
It's proper smart.
Yeah. It's a little bit different from last year, but it's lovely. We've got a deep cover out, deep backward square, and a deep mid wicket. Another dot ball there from Hannah Jones. Started well in her first over of the game.
Use of the feet again by Kelly, but well bowled from Jones. They've been trying to use their feet to her all the way through this first over. But she's mixed her length up nicely. Sees them coming early. Kelly on strike. She's got 23 from 29. Well, that's gone right up in the air. I think it's going to be the 4th wicket. Yes, it is. Emma Lamb steadies herself at mid-wicket. A thump of the pads from Marie Kelly, and I can see why. It's a bit of a soft dismissal, a full toss that she just didn't time. It was there to be hit, just couldn't get it away.
Yeah, it looked like a top edge to me. Could be wrong, but yeah, Marie Kelly would have looked to try and capitalise on that. More of a poor delivery from what we've seen of Hannah Jones so far, but nevertheless, sometimes worse balls pick up wickets, don't they? So
all too often.
Yeah.
It was the worst ball she bowled in this over.
It was, yeah.
It sounded top edge. You know what I mean? You know, ball off the middle you can hear, and you can hear the top edge. And Marie Kelly knew she was in trouble there. 74 for 4, wicket for Hannah Jones. So all 4 wickets falling from the Redcliffe Road end.
Yeah. As we see Beth Gammon joining Sarah Glenn at the crease. She's done really well this year, so she is a coach for our EPP and Academy.
Yes, that's right.
And was training with us because obviously she was at Western Storm for a bit as well. And she scored many runs so far this year in the warm-up games and second 11, so deserves the opportunity to go out there today and replicate what she's done before.
Yeah, she made an excellent 39 in that match-winning effort up at Scarborough, coming in at 7. She's up to 6 today. It's a lovely story, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
She's just kind of pathway talent manager said, well, you know, I can play, I've got ambitions on it. Okay, have a net.
Yeah.
See how you get on.
Exactly, yeah. No, it's great to see.
Sophie Eccleston then to continue. This is going to be quite a test for Beth Gammon and Sarah Glenn, who is
2 fairly new batters to the crease as well. As we said earlier, just looking to build that partnership. Sarah Glenn struck that well. Beat the extra cover fielder, but did not beat the mid-off fielder. Just great cross down there.
What the Blaze really need is for a partnership to go on. There's that outside edge again. This time it's Glenn. Didn't quite carry to Serene Smell. So the 15 for the first wicket, 18 for the second wicket, 19, then 22. So there's a start to all those partnerships.
Yeah, you would want at least a few higher partnerships in that. As Sarah Glenn has drilled that straight back to Sophie Eccleston, caught and bowled. Looked very calm to Sophie Eccleston.
I wasn't quite sure where that was going. Chris Watts was getting out of the way. I was trying to look for the ball somewhere near the boundary. It was struck firmly. Eccleston, who's got a good pair of hands, often fielding in the slips. Bowlers are always a little bit better off their own bowling as well. Let's have another look at that. Glenn looking to be aggressive, straight at Eccleston, didn't have to move. Made it look very nonchalant, flicked the ball off. 5 down then, the Blaze, 74 for 5. That partnership hasn't brought them any runs. A couple of quick wickets. This is the ideal day for the Lancashire funders so far. Ellie Rachael, skipper, electing to bowl, and you can see why. It's going to be the Blazes captain, Kirsty Gordon, then out to the middle with a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, I think she's found herself in certain situations so far this season to be that person that grinds it out and does form partnership. I think, can't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but against Stars, herself and Grace Ballinger put on, I think it was about an 80-run partnership. So should be looking to replicate that again today with Beth and Gammon. We've obviously got 2 new batters at the crease, and Thunder are bowling very well. So yeah, we just look to see this partnership try and grow.
77, so you were almost spot on. Absolutely right, she and Ballinger put on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just finding a way to grind it out. I think we've still got so many, 33 overs left to bowl today. They've got to bowl today, so much time to bat. And as soon as you pierce it through that inner ring field, soon reaches the boundary. Sophie Eccleston in. Just beats that outside edge.
That's a beauty, isn't it? Not much Kirsty Gordon can do about that.
Still just got that one fielder out at deep mid-wicket. Played nicely from Kirsty Gordon there. Little plonk into the offside. Sophie Eccleston just coming in to bowl her final ball of this over. Defended nicely from Kirsty Gordon. Those are 74 for 5 off 17.
Yeah, 2 wickets in 2 overs from the 2 left-arm spinners. 2 wickets in 4 balls, in fact, there. Has left the Blaze in real trouble. There's the partnerships I was talking about, 15, 18, 19, 22. So 4 starts, no one kicking on, and then a couple of quick-fire wickets. Glenn going shortly after Marie Kelly. It's going to be Hannah Jones, who took a wicket with her last ball, that of Marie Kelly. Top edge, it wasn't a brilliant delivery. Kelly just didn't time it. And Emma Lamb took the catch as Emma Lamb's going across now for Gammon. So a couple of fielders in the covers, backward point. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket. A deep mid wicket too. And square legger is up, pressure is on. There's a slip as well.
Defended nicely from Beth and Gammon.
What's the mindset for a batter here? Do you just think about trying to bat a little bit of time? Say, right, let's just bat 15, 20 overs, see where we're at?
Yeah, I think it's important to think, we've still got over 30 overs left to bat here. Hannah Jones in again. Played onto the leg side, no run. But I still think it's important. It could be very easy to allow Sophie Eccleston and Hannah Jones to go for not very many off 10 overs, and then you've only got 10 overs left to play with the others. So I think it's important to still be positive, still be a bit proactive, but yeah, definitely allow yourself in time to get yourself played in. And what we've seen from Beth and Gammon so far this year is she likes to work the ball around herself and play it into those little gaps to go off strike. So be interesting here. We've got quite a tight inner ring field.
I think that might be leg buys. We'll see what we get signals wise. No, we're going to be runs. A little bit of inside edge. Sweeping. That's where she was trying to place it. Probably not quite that fine and with a little bit more back. Spoke to Kirsty Gordon about Beth and Gammon last week actually. She's ideal in this situation. So she's not a power hitter, but very intelligent cricketer, rotates to strike. There's a cover fielder goes out into the deep.
I'll be a wide ball this time, so well run off that ball. Still got one ball left of this over. Yeah, these two left-arm spinners getting through these overs quickly, aren't they?
Yeah, as a batter, are you aware of that? Do you feel the pressure? Might you step away and try and slow them down?
Probably step away a couple of times. Inside edge there from Kirsty Gordon, fielded by Phoebe Graham. Dot ball to finish that over. Blaze are 78 for 5 off 18 overs. Yeah, I think it's important to, I said earlier about putting that pressure back on the bowler. If they're just finding their rhythm, you've got to find a way to try and negate that and put it back on them a bit. So if that means just taking a breath or something, just having a little walk.
Fly in the eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you a chatter when you're out there? Will you talk to the opposition much, or your teammates? Or are you in the zone when you're batting?
Quite in the zone, to be honest. Yeah. I like to not be too serious. I think if I get too serious, then it's danger. So, it's nice at the end of the over, just chat to your partner about what you're doing and crack on.
Eccleston continuing from the Stuart Broad end. Gammon getting in behind that one. 78 for 5. She's just joining us. Plays the Blaze in a little bit of trouble here. That run rate, as you would expect, just creeping down. They started off quite nicely. Tammy Beaumont was striking it well. Lamb swoops and gives a slightly awkward throw for Ellie Rachael to deal with. On the bounce.
Cleans it up though. Good keepers, Ellie Rachael. Sophie Eccleston just strays down the leg side there. And it's 4 runs to Bethan Gammon, so another little edge, fine.
Yeah, just a little tickle. Thumbs up from Kirsty Gordon to Bethan Gammon, who moves on to 6 with that one. Eccleston annoyed at herself.
Oh, and it's bunt ball. Crowd catch.
Oh, it's good to know the pros still have crowd catches. It makes me feel better.
Can't see from here. I've not got good eyesight.
Push straight to Kate Cross at cover. Juggles it a couple of times, does the fielding.
Nicely played from Bethan Gammon there. I think if you can keep that run rate above 4s and keep the partnership building, you're going to be in a good position.
Oh, that's a beauty. Played all round it. End of the over. 19 gone. 82 for 5 here at Trent Bridge, where the Nottingham Street Food Festival is going on, as is the Blaze versus the Lancashire Thunder. There's that run rate Manhattan chart. I like a Manhattan graph. You could see early on a couple of relatively high scoring overs. Tammy Beaumont was very much involved in those, but you can also see those little circles which denote the wickets. Too frequent from a Blaze perspective. Thunder will be delighted, and the latest burst was a couple of wickets inside 4 balls a few overs ago. Leaves the Blaze with a rebuild on. What's a good score from here? I know I'm asking you to... What do you think? What are you aiming for if you're the Blaze? Which you are.
I think 220. I know it's a bit of an ask, but I think if we've seen that the outfield is running lovely, and if you pierce the inner ring gap, then it will go. It's just probably more so about those partnerships, and if these two can stay in, and we can have a few more partnerships after this, then we'll be in a great position. But I think probably be looking at that 200 mark for starters. But we've seen the last few weeks. It's been great to see as Kirsty just plays that into the offside for no run. So many teams are now getting to the 280, 290 mark, and that's being a competitive score at the minute. And obviously we're on a great pitch and great outfield, so as that one misses everything, maybe a slight edge from Kirsty Gordon there.
I think it was.
And it was, yeah.
Looked like she just held that one back a bit, Hannah Jones. Took a bit of pace off it. She's been impressive so far.
Oh, and that's a drop catch at backward point from Seren Smale there. Bethan Gammon putting her hands through that ball, getting a thick outside edge, and another drop catch.
Well, the last one cost the Thunder just a single run. That was Tammy Beaumont, dropped on 24, who made 25. Bethan Gammon will be hoping to take advantage of that lifeline she was afforded. Seren Smale gets a high five from Emma Lamb. Hannah Jones, probably fair to say, deserved that wicket actually. She's probably been the pick of the two spinners so far, which is saying something.
Yeah, she's not giving much away at all. I think especially at this point when there's no pace in the ball and it's bowling up and down nice and straight, it's difficult for a batter to manoeuvre the ball without taking too many risks. But yeah, she's not giving anything away. We've seen a few straight down the leg side from Sophie Eccleston, who's back on bowling at the Stuart Broad end. So that one's just played to backward point, third man in the ring for a dot ball. Just the mid wicket out on the boundary.
Cross does the fielding at cover. Just stopped in the pitch, that one a little bit. Gordon stopped in the shot and it just popped up. There'd been a close catch on the offside, they'd have been in business.
Yeah, I think Eccleston's just changing her pace quite nicely here. Get a few of them to skid on as she's in again. Played to Katie Mack, no run. But you can see the food festival is starting to opening up and the more people coming in at the Smith Cooper stand. Another dot ball. Played nicely by Kirsty Gordon. As we said, these two left arm spinners not giving much away here. That is the end of the over from Eccleston. 21 overs gone. The Blaze at 83 for 5. Just seeing that run rate creep below 4s now.
Right, it's these two spinners. 7 overs of slow left arm. We've seen just 14 runs off it and 2 wickets. Just no escape for the Blaze at the moment. Under pressure. Fields up and in. Unable to score with any regularity. Hannah Jones should have had her second wicket off the last ball of the previous over, or the penultimate ball. Gammon turns that one round the corner, but straight to the fielder at short fine leg. Kate Cross in charge of looking after the ball by the looks of things. Is that your role in the side ever?
No.
No.
I'm put at mid wicket or extra to get the ball hit hard at me.
Do you like that?
Yeah,
that's what you like.
I'd prefer if it was hit hard than have time to think. Beth Gammon plays that. Maybe on purpose, maybe not. Down to third man, pick up 2 runs.
Oh, come on, we'll give it the benefit of the
give
doubt.
It the benefit.
She's your teammate.
Plays it
after
nicely.
all.
Maybe a bit of a quicker one there from Hannah Jones. Sits up a little bit. Gammon plays it nicely to that gap at third man.
Pushed out to Seren Smale at backward point. Ring on the offside. No one out on the boundary there. But Gammon has to get it through them first. That's beautifully, but well, it's a bit unlucky that, I think. Maybe touchdown leg side. I thought it might have gone over leg stump. Let's roll that one again.
And again, played down to third man. Bethan Gammon just giving herself a bit of room there. Seren Smales got the chase on, and she stops it inside the rope. Blaze will come back for 3 runs. Really well ran. Great shot from Gammon, just giving herself a bit of room there.
Yeah, lovely shot, lovely bit of fielding. You're giving her that one then?
I am giving her that one, yeah.
Nice, good of you, Beth.
Yeah.
A hard taskmaster.
But no, good chase from Seren Smale down there, and a good dive and stop as well to stop the Blaze from getting that extra 1 run. Much more fuller delivery from Hannah Jones there, but dot ball nevertheless. As cover goes out. Last ball of her 4th over. That's well fielded in there by Fee Morris. A dot ball. Blaze are 89 for 5 off 22 overs.
Beautiful. Bank holiday Monday. Almost halfway through the day. Not that we've all been up since midnight, but we are technically halfway through the day, as you say. Can hear the noise from that food festival now. It's got that hum of a cricket ground at the moment. I love that noise. It's hard to describe, but I think anyone who's watched cricket will know exactly what I mean in the background. A little bit of a conference between a couple of the senior players for the funder. Rachael, Katie Mack and Kate Cross all coming together, perhaps trying to hatch a plan. Probably haven't seen much of Beth Gammon bat before.
No, and that could be the beauty of it sometimes, I think. Match up there, I'm not sure what to do, but Sophie Eccleston comes in, played nicely by Bethan Gammon.
Well, that's it. I mean, the availability of video clips and analysis is absolutely fantastic there. But if there aren't the clips to look at.
Yeah.
As you said, Beth Gammon, I think played a couple of games for Storm, batted only once and didn't get any runs.
Right.
So there really isn't a sample size to look at. Looks a busy cricketer. A little bit of a pinch me moment really for her, having not played a regional game for a couple of years, to be facing Sophie Eccleston at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity for her. She plays that one really nicely. Hannah Jones runs past the ball there, and it's 4 runs for Bethan Gammon. An excellent shot there. Pierces that inner ring field.
Yeah, beautiful timing that from Gammon. Jones just couldn't quite get the dive out. I thought she was about to. It was just a little bit out of her reach. Eccleston and Rachael just chatting to each other there. They're still trying to work out Bethan Gammon. She'll be impressing, I suspect, and frustrating them so far.
Yeah, I think that'll be the main thing. I feel like Hannah Jones and Sophie Eccleston could bowl all day in the same spot, but if you've got someone like Bethan Gammon just piercing that gap, it could be quite frustrating for them.
Got the experienced head of Kirsty Gordon at the other end, just talking her through it all, I'm sure. She's been there and seen it all. Floats that one up, Eccleston does the fielding off her own bowling. That'll be the end of the over. 23 gone. So approaching the halfway stage in this innings for the Blaze. 93 for 5. Kirsty Gordon, the skipper, is playing a watchful hand. She's out there on 1 not out. Beth Gammon, relatively new to this side, 15 unbeaten from 23.
We see Hannah Jones continuing at the Radcliffe Road end. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw 10 straight through from both of these bowlers. Yeah.
Shot.
great pick-up from Kirsty Gordon then, just capitalising on that shorter delivery from Hannah Jones. She's not given much away so far, but very good hands from Kirsty Gordon. Got back very quickly and played it to square leg where there is no fielder.
Yeah, just dropped it a little bit too short, didn't she? Probably the first loose one she's bowled today, Hannah Jones. Certainly the first one that's been back of her length. And Gordon will feel a little bit better after that one.
Again, just giving herself a bit of room there. Slight top edge. Sarah Smell goes down to do the work. Just the 2 runs picked up off that. We're thinking about a 3rd run, but decided against it. Just getting a bit more bounce for those ones is Hannah Jones. 2 more runs added to the total.
Cry of weight there from Kirsty Gordon. Straight at Kate Cross at mid-on, mid-off, both back on the edge of that 30-yard circle. Katie Mack is in close on the leg side.
Hit the pad there of Kirsty Gordon. Should be frustrated she didn't get that one, as we're just seeing her playing a few practice shots. You see though, 2 balls left of this over and square leg is out on the boundary, mid wicket and a cover through as well.
Ooh.
And that is a full toss from Hannah Jones. Another delivery not executed, but only 1 run picked up. But that 1 run brings us to 100 for the Blaze in just short of the 24th over.
Yeah, cricket crowd's ability to mark a milestone never ceases to amaze me. They don't miss a single thing.
Well struck from Bethan Gammon there. Top ball fielded by Fee Morris. End of the over. The Blaze are 100 for 5. 24.
There's that bowling card on your screens right now. Eccleston and Jones, the 2 left-arm spinners, have operated for the last 10 overs in tandem. 31 now taken from those 10 overs. What did I say? 14 off 7, was it?
Yeah.
So picked up the scoring rate a little bit. The Blaze, Mahika Gore at the top of that scorecard. 7 overs. No maidens, 3 for 33. She did the damage, just missing both openers, Tammy Beaumont and Teresa Graves, and also overseas star Nadine de Klerk, and has left a rebuild on for the Blaze with Sophie Eccleston firing one into the pads of Kirsty Gordon. Stifled appeals. Suspect it was going down the leg side based on the lack of interest from Eccleston, the bowler. Shake of the head. She looks unflappable as well, the way she goes about her business, Eccleston.
Yeah, she just looks very calm.
Very, not, I don't want to use the word casual because that sounds like it's negative. It isn't at all.
I don't know what the word would be.
I'll try and think of it. It's meant as a compliment.
Definitely. Making something look easy.
Yes. And I think by not getting too flustered, that's what allows the very best players to have that clarity of thought in the pressure moments.
Definitely.
Pitched up, flicked into the leg side for a single. Gordon moves on to 9. Katie Mack out there. It's a good name, Katie Mack, isn't it? Just rolls the tongue.
Yeah. Again, played nicely by Bethan Gammon. Straight to Hannah Jones at mid-off. Capitalising on that shorter delivery from Sophie Eccleston there. It'll pick up another 4 runs from Bethan Gammon. Went back very quickly and played it control to and eased through the cover.
Yeah, batting really nicely there. Beth and Gammon. So halfway stage, we'll have a quick drink. Helmet off for Kirsty Gordon. 105 for 5. So not the opening quarter of this game that the Blaze would have envisaged, but equally not a situation that can't be salvaged, Beth Harmon.
Yeah, definitely. I think, well, you've got to think we've been in worse situations this year. So
I like your positivity.
you've got to just think positively. Every one of our players is more than capable of going out there and doing a job for the team. We've kind of got a value, it's like be the one, and someone needs to, well, multiple people need to hold their hands up today and be the one for the team. So, no, it's really encouraging to see Kirsty Gordon and Beth and Gammon going along nicely there.
Yes, you need someone to be one of the ones and a couple of others to also be the ones. If you're watching on and they're thinking, why am I not down at Trent Bridge today? I've missed out. Well, I've got good news. The Blazers are at home again on Wednesday. Western Storm travelling up here, and then there's a couple of T20 games in the Charlotte Edwards Cup as well later on in May. Northern Diamonds come up on Thursday. Come down probably, don't they? On Thursday the 23rd of May, getting my geography incorrect there. And then on Friday the 31st, Southern Vipers are the opposition. Double header with the Nottinghamshire Outlaws, men's T20 as well. So that will be a wonderful Friday afternoon and evening in Nottingham. Thunder in a huddle. They'll be quite pleased with their work so far. Both batters can you call them set? I don't know. When as a batter do you feel set? At what point would you describe yourself as set? And I know you wouldn't actually do that when you're out there, but
I'm set.
I'm set. Hang on, guys.
No, I think if you're timing it well, I don't necessarily think a score really matters, but I suppose when the fielders start going out and, they feel the pressure of having to put those fielders on the rope, I suppose is when you feel most at ease. I'd say a few more runs to their total and they'll be feeling good.
What's it like? You must know there's days, and when you're in runs of form, perhaps maybe even pre-season, where you just feel good from the moment you go out there. Presumably that must be a lovely feeling.
Yeah, to be fair, mine haven't been that kind of feel-good feeling.
Okay.
Probably more down to the pitches we've kind of played on. It's been more of a struggle than anything. But no, it's a great feeling. I think it's mainly for a lot of people just to do with your confidence. If your confidence is up there, then you're going to play well. So yeah, no, it's a great feeling. One that we want all of us to start feeling more often this season, how we were last year. So
I know, it was such a good year last year as well. It felt like a turning point for the Blaze.
Yeah, no, but it definitely was a very good year. But the season's still really long. We've got so much time, so can't dwell on things that happened in the past. We've just got to take each game as they come.
I was about to ask you how you spent your winter, but you just told me I can't dwell on things that happened. It's not dwelling, I'm just inquiring.
No, the winter was good.
Yeah, where were you for the winter?
Well, we were in here most of the time.
Yeah.
And then in February we went to Abu Dhabi.
Nice.
And played 5 or 6 games against Southeast Stars out there, which was lovely. I've never been to Abu Dhabi before, so it was a really good experience, and good to get some time out of the English weather in February.
Yes, it was cold enough in
It
April,
was, yeah,
so February was even worse.
Yeah.
Hannah Jones takes a cap off, so we're going to see left arm spin again after drinks, as we saw for the 11 overs beforehand. Jones has 1 for 19 so far. Should have been a couple. Beth and Gammon getting a lifeline, but she's batting nicely. She's out there with the Blaze skipper, Kirsty Gordon. Unbeaten on 9 on strike. 105 for 5 then. The phrase drinks brings wickets. It will probably be used by the fielders. Is that something you believe in as a batter?
Potentially, yeah. I think Hannah Jones just in, slightly shorter one, but fielded nicely from Emma Lamb there. Whips that ball back into Ellie Threlkeld, no run. I think it's just a bit of a lapse in concentration I think you can get as a batter. Or it can go the other way and a complete reset and more concentration than before potentially. Well played from Kirsty Gordon there, well dug out, but no run as Sarah Smell gets around nice and quickly.
Yeah, she varies the pace nicely, Hannah Jones. Not afraid to put a bit of flight on it either.
Emma Lamb goes out to deep cover.
Just not quite had the width there. I could see what Kirsty Gordon was trying to do. Tucked her up for a little bit of room. Ended up jumping backwards, Kirsty Gordon, to try and manufacture the shot. Threlkeld with the quick glove work. That's the shot she was trying to play, but there is a fielder out there, so just a single. Gordon into double figures. Just doing some high kicks out towards the boundaries. That one's dropped a little bit short, but it ends up bowling Beth Gammon. She'll be disappointed with that. I thought it was too short to hit the stumps. Maybe it didn't get up. She went onto the back foot, was looking to cut, a bit like Kirsty Gordon earlier in the over. Didn't quite have the width. Drinks has brought a wicket. Beth Gammon is not going to be the one today. 106 for 6.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think Beth and Gammon maybe thought that was a bit shorter than what it was. But we do know that Jones does have the tendency to slide it on and drift in, as we're just seeing this on the replay now.
Did she bottom edge it?
I think it just hit the bails, maybe. So it's pretty true bounce, actually. It's just drifting in, as we can see on that replay there. Maybe Beth and Gammon possibly giving herself too much room to cut that, as it wasn't straight on. That brings Ella Claridge to the crease as Blazer 106 for 6.
Yeah, Ella Claridge getting her opportunity this year with Sarah Bryce unavailable over playing for Scotland, who've just qualified for the World T20 tournament. Fine player herself, Ella Claridge. Scored heavily for Buckinghamshire over the last few years. Made runs against the Diamonds as well, 26 unbeaten. Had a start against the Sparks. Can she be the one to get that big score? You know I'm going to bang on about that all day now. You shouldn't have let me into that. She's not going to be on strike to start with because that was the end of the over. Sophie Eccleston's going to bowl to Kirsty Gordon. I like this no number stuff from Sophie Eccleston as well.
Driven nicely from Kirsty Gordon there. There is a deep long on out there, so 1 run for her, as we then see long on, long off and deep cover all come up inside the ring again.
Slip into Serene Smale. It would also be relieved. She was the one to have dropped Beth and Gammon previously. Pick up a single. Mahika Gore comes around. Flick the pad on the way through. Eccleston into her 7th over. Miserly as ever. Just a 1 wicket so far. Kirsty Gordon. She's had to be watchful. They bowled well, the Thunder. You've got to give them credit. Mahika Gore up front. And then the spinners. There's only one really soft dismissal, the top edge that Marie Kelly got. Just unfortunate, didn't quite time it. Other than that, there have been some decent balls.
Inside edge there onto the pads. But no, we've seen, I think we always say about batters obviously having a good partnership, but Kate Cross and Mahika Gore up top had a very good bowling partnership. Often it's the case that probably one of them gets the wickets and one of them doesn't. But I think Kate Cross bowled very well up top. Some great areas, especially to Tammy Beaumont.
Looking to cut that one, Kirsty Gordon. And Leif Rachael demolishes the stumps and then wanders off to have a chat to her bowler. End of the over. 108 for 6. 27 gone. So still 23 overs remaining. A lot of time for the Blaze. Just the 4 wickets remaining is their issue. Or potential issue.
Yeah, we're going to see a bowling change now. So Hannah Jones finishes up so far today with 6 overs for 20. We're now going to see Fee Morris into the attack for Thunder.
Wicketless so far this season. Fee Morris. A little bit of off spin. Got her Blaze boots on as well.
Yeah, we see her starting up with cover up in the ring, not allowing Ella Claridge to get an easy single through that cover.
Slightly false start there. I don't think she was trying to run out the non-striker. I think that was just a joke between her and Kirsty Gordon after the event. Just a stutter, trying to get the run up right. Full toss and hit straight at Sophie Eccleston.
I was going to say that's a loosener from Fee Morris there. And as we've seen once before today, those balls that I think Thunder would say themselves the worst balls, gets another wicket today, which is not what any Blaze supporters would be wanting to see right now. So Eric Claridge is dismissed for naught of 2 balls.
Yeah, 2 naff deliveries, I can say it, that have picked up wickets there. A little bit of luck. You can say you make your own luck. They bowl very well, but they've had a couple of bonuses, and it's going to be Sophie Munro at the crease in what is her 50th appearance for the Blaze. Could she mark that milestone with a milestone? They will certainly be hoping so. Beth Harmer nods along in agreement. Fee Morris will have bowled better balls and not got wickets, I suggest.
Yeah, she would, but a wicket's a wicket, isn't it? And I guess as a batter, you've got to put those away.
She tried to.
She did try, yeah, but picked out Sophie Eccleston there at cover. But nonetheless, as you say, Sophie Munro comes to the crease. Still a competent batter, in to hopefully get a good partnership with captain Kirsty Gordon here. Again, we see covers still up in the ring. We've got a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket out.
Just putting our tea and coffee orders in at the back of the box. We demand it here. And this high vantage point in the John Radcliffe stand, sorry. Pushed out towards backward point. Definitely the soft signal was coffee from Beth Harmer there, I think.
Yeah, treated like royalty.
It's glorious, isn't it? It's the best view in the house.
Yeah, I've not been up here before, it's lovely.
Have you not? First time?
Yeah.
It was dug out by Munro, who immediately said yeah, I think, to which Kirsty Gordon said absolutely not. No danger. In the
no
end,
chance.
You're lucky at Trent Bridge in the dressing rooms are quite relatively behind the wicket, depending on which strip you play on. Not so much today. That Yorker length dug out. Where some grounds have been in for commentary boxes, and players will come up and do a stint, and they'll be like, "Oh, the view's brilliant up here. We're side on. You can't see the ball."
Yeah, no, it's a great place to be, whether you're a player or anywhere.
It's just a nice place to wander into. I've got So some of my fiance's best friends live on the road literally next door, and every time, so I like coming here, and every time I come, I go for a run in the morning, and I go down by the Trent at the end of the over 108 for 7, and you just see Nottingham Forest, Notts County, here, the rugby club, and I just think I would never leave. Like.
Yeah, no, it is great. It is a great place to be. West Bridgford is always also a lovely town to go in. Lots of very nice coffee shops there.
Yes, there are. I was about to mention the coffee. I thought you might. Yeah, I might get a tip from you from the favourites. Peter Siddle gave me his favourite last time I was here. I know where it is on the map. I can't remember the name. But it's proper one of those where they weigh it out in grams, that kind of thing. Nice. Change of bowling, going to be Naomi Ditani. We'll get back to coffee shortly.
Yeah, so Sophie Eccleston bowling the 7 overs there. So just looking to change it up potentially, especially Gordon just potentially getting used to the spin at both ends there. So yeah, a bit of a change up to Ditani, another left arm seamer.
Got 4 left armers then. That's quite unusual, isn't it?
Yeah.
We thought it was 3 initially. Ditani with a wicket in the last game. Southern Vipers leading edge to dismiss Georgie Adams. Slip in, waiting. I love watching a bowl actually. It's I've not seen her live very often, but it's this kind of bustling fast bowlers action. Very busy. Lots of effort into it. You can hear her every ball.
Yeah, she bowls a heavy length.
Does that annoy you when bowlers are making a lot of noise? No.
Doesn't really bother me, no. Don't really notice it. Nicely worked from Kirsty Gordon there into square leg. Vacant area of the pitch. They pick up 2 runs. Well round between those wickets as well.
So when, for the uninitiated, which I include myself, when you say a heavy length, what do you mean by that?
I'd say that some bowlers just put the ball there, whereas some bowlers bowl the ball.
Right.
And I think Ditani is one of them that bowls it. Probably doesn't get as much swing as other bowlers, but as you can see there, she's hit the floor hard. It's a wide ball, so she will be bowling that one again. But yeah, you find that a few bowlers just put it there and probably get more drift and bit more swing than others, whereas probably the likes of Ditani and Phoebe Graham bowl it hard and into the floor. So there's Ditani's in again. Better area that for her. Dot ball played nicely to mid wicket there by Kirsty Gordon.
This is the only game on in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. I can't really believe that. Bank Holiday Monday, surely there should be more.
In nice and quickly from Emma Lamb there, not allowing the Blaze batters to get any quick singles in the ring there. Yeah, I think all the other games were on Saturday, weren't they?
Yeah, there was almost a full round of games on Saturday and a full round of games on Wednesday, including one here.
That did not look like it bounced very much from up at this angle, but can't really see too well.
I think that's a signal that Kirsty Gordon is trying to give to Monroe, expecting it to get up, didn't quite manage it. Saren Smale next to Ella Fraukheld there. Try the stumps from Kate Cross, hits them.
Sophie Monroe unfazed at the non-striker's end. Turns her back.
111 for 7. The Blaze in a little bit of trouble here. Remember, they were put in, what is it? Well, it's up to 12 now, so 2.5 hours ago. By Ella Fraukheld, who I suspect always knew what she was going to do. Had the coin come down in her favour, it did, and she'll be delighted with the work of her team so far. They've been excellent. They've bowled pretty well all round. A couple of wickets with loose-ish deliveries, including, well, the first ball of Morris's wicket maiden in her first over. She's back from the Redcliffe Road end. Calling to Sophie Munro, who's back and cutting out to point, but there's no run there. She's batted free a couple of times this year, hasn't she, Sophie Munro? So not a bad player to come in at 9.
Yeah, I think we changed it up a little bit this year, given that Sarah another full delivery there from Fee Morris, but luckily that one went to the ground first before any fielder's hands. Yeah, I think with Sarah Bryce and Catherine Bryce missing, and obviously the England players right at the start, it was an opportunity for people to have a go as Sophie Munro works out into the leg side. Worked nicely, just a run through for a single. But yeah, probably didn't have the start she wanted to, but like you say, not a bad player to be coming in at 9 as well.
There he is. We were just saying how long it was taking him as well. The tea and coffee is here. Well, very well looked after.
Fee Morris comes in, beats the outside edge of Kirsty Gordon.
You even remembered your sugar. You've got him well trained in here, Beth. Well done. It was almost a fear when he plonked those down, as if you thought he'd forgotten them. Morris is in. Kirsty Gordon pushes it into the offside, and I think we've got a special guest coming in.
We've got
one of your teammates, Stera. I think someone with a foot in both camps is going to come in as it's turned in to the leg side. Beth is going to go and find a stirrer very shortly, and Daisy Milan's going to come in. Star of the Thunder, on loan at the Blaze. Not able to play in this game. There's the worm. 113 for 7, 30 overs gone. Sorry, you're having to deal with the remnants of Beth's sugar packets, Daisy.
No, not clearing up after herself.
I know. Typical, isn't it? How are you?
I'm very well, yes. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. I'm all right. The sun's shining. We're at Trent Bridge. There's a food festival going on.
I know. I've just been smelling it all outside.
Have you? Did you have to walk past it? Tempting.
Yeah, sadly, yeah.
How have you been enjoying it? Because you've got a foot in both camps, as I was saying, haven't you?
Yeah, a bit awkwardly at the moment, yeah.
I kind of feel like I have to ask you about it, but I don't want to put you on the spot. I mean, look, your Thunder teammates have bowled superbly this morning, as Naomi Tani is going to continue. Driven nicely by Kirsty Gordon for a single. Yeah, Mahika Kaur up front was excellent, wasn't she?
Yeah. She really did deliver with that ball. It's good to have her back in the camp for Thunder.
Yes, I can imagine. She's got just so much height, even if she's not bowling with any great pace. It's just the extra bounce.
Yeah, she is a lot taller than me at 5'3". She towers over me.
To try and avoid standing next to her.
It's not nice to face, no.
The Tani's in. Flicked into the leg side, but straight to the fielder, who has a shy. If that had hit, it wouldn't have been far away. Would not have been far away at all. And then your left arm spinners. I mean, unusual side actually. 4 left arm bowlers. That doesn't happen very often in cricket.
Yeah, a lot of them new recruits as well over the last year. From last season, Dats and Nozar, Tara. You've done really. Obviously, Tara's on the bench today, but Meeks came in for that. But yeah, we've got a good bunch of lefties in the attack. Yes,
and led by Sophie Eccleston as well. Must be brilliant to play cricket alongside her.
Yeah, she is ace, is the word.
Is it?
Say.
Yeah. She looks like so relaxed in a good way about everything, like nothing flusters her. Played down to third, where Hannah Jones does the fielding. Yes. Is she one of those players when she walks in the dressing room, there's a bit of an aura to her?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's like a confidence but a chill as well. But yeah, she's obviously professional hand in hand with that. Quite inspirational in that effect that you can enjoy it but deliver it as well.
Digs that one in. Datani. Pulled away by Sophie Gordon. Yeah, she bowled very well, as did Hannah Jones as well.
Yeah, Jonesy never misses the stumps. That's what we say in camp.
Did you see the bulge she had? It looked like... See, I thought it was back of a length and was going to go over, but it...
I haven't seen it now, but yeah, she every time in training she just never misses the stumps.
That's back of a length. So if there was to be a bowl out, Hannah Jones would be the first one.
The first one in my team, absolutely.
Okay. Who else would you have in that bowl outside then?
Prob Sofek herself as well, yeah.
Yeah.
She's I think they'd be my top two. Jonesy in first though, over Soph.
Okay. Yeah. Would you say that if Sophie was sat here?
I would. I think she would agree.
Right.
She never misses the stumps, Jonesy.
It's not a bad trait to have as a bowler.
No.
Cut away. Just be a single. Gordon moves on to 17. And how have you found your summer so far? How did the move come about to the Blaze?
Yeah, a little last minute to be fair. I think obviously at the moment when the Thunder side, we've just got such a heavy batting line-up, a lot of competition, but the opportunity came to go and play first team cricket at Blaze, and I know a couple of the girls already, nice bunch, and yeah, it's been a really good experience to be fair to get some first team cricket in.
Yeah, so who were your friends in the camp?
It's only been a couple weeks to be fair.
Before, who did you know from before? Sorry,
I knew a couple of girls just from school games, competitions for the women's stuff. Sophie Munro and Beth Harmon, Ella Claridge, and people that I've probably met before a few times.
Morris continuing with her off spin, pushed into the offside. Good bit of running from Kirsty Gordon just to the left of Kate Cross. And a nice dressing room to walk into then.
Yes, lovely, yeah. Georgie Boyce as well, who's perhaps
Of course, yeah.
the Thunder Egg.
A Thunder Egg.
Thunder Egg.
So did you send her a couple of WhatsApps before you made a decision?
Yeah. Well, I'm quite close with her anyway, outside of cricket. Plenty of Peak District walks. So.
Okay. What's your hike of choice?
It wouldn't be the peaks, it would be the lakes. I think Helvellyn's up there with my favourite. Done that quite a few times. Morris,
2.3 overs, 1 for 3. The one was not the best ball she's bowled, but it's still one. Turned in to the leg. So it's great for fitness, that. So is that something, because you're from up that way, right? You Cumbrian?
No, I'm actually Bolton.
So okay.
An hour and a half away from the lakes.
Okay.
But worth the trip for sure.
That's a beauty. Meets the outside edge. Yes, you play club cricket in Bolton, is that right?
Yeah, at Bradshaw, yeah.
Nice. Decent standard, that?
Yeah, just been promoted last year to the GMCL Prem. So, yeah, it's nice standard and nice set of lads down there as well.
That's a full toss, which based on what's gone on previously today, might have gone straight to hand. Instead, it's just a single. End of the over then. 32 gone, 120 for 7. What are the Blaze thinking now? What's a decent score from here? I know it's probably going to be below par either way, but what do you try and get to give yourselves half a chance?
Yeah, I mean, I think Gordo showed a really good example the other week with Ballinger at the end, just to bat the rest of the overs out, really. I think they're going along quite nicely, these two, if they can both stay until the end. There's still 18 overs left, which is a long time than you think. So, yeah, I think rebuilding from here, these two, which I'm sure they'll have a good shot at.
Kate Cross is going to come back into the attack now. I thought she bowled beautifully first up. Didn't get a wicket. Mahika Gore at the other end was picking them up 4 overs, 0 for 17. Not a bad person to for Ellie Fraucard to turn back to.
No, good egg is Crossy as well.
You have to pinch yourself sometimes, being a professional cricketer alongside people like her and Sophie.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, probably a big pinch as well, but kind of gotten a little bit more used to it last few years. But yeah, first coming up into the setup, like obviously those are the people you'd look up to, and now you're in a red shirt next to them. So yeah, brilliant people to be around.
Fraucard up to the stumps. What do you can't know exactly, but what's Cross going to be trying to do here, do you reckon? What's her plan?
Probably just stump line, I reckon. Nice and simple. I think, sadly enough, a lot of the wickets maybe have felt a little bit easier sometimes. So yeah, all dismissals in play probably from Cross.
That one's pushed to mid-off where Eccleston swoops. And there'll be no run. Plenty of encouragement from Katie Mack out there. She was here last year as well, right, Katie Mack? Just this season.
Yeah, fresh this season. Lovely girl by all accounts.
Bouncer. Got up that one as well, and Ellie Fraucard did well. Will she have given a signal to the keeper if you're going to bowl a bouncer with the keeper up?
I don't think so. I think Ellie's reactions are superb.
Yeah.
I don't think she'll need one.
Yeah, she's a brilliant keeper, Ellie, isn't she?
Yeah, super fast. Good to have her on our side.
Push back to Cross. 5 balls gone in the over. No runs scored as of yet. 120 for 7. Yeah, I suppose you haven't spent much time with Katie Mack because she came in and has played straight away.
We've only chatted a couple of times when I've been in and around just before I left. But yeah, she's a lovely girl. I've heard lots of things from all the rest of the girls as well.
Push to mid-off, maiden over for Kate Cross, showing her quality there. That's just what Thunder wanted, not what you want if you're a Blaze supporter. That run rate, well, they started off all right. Tammy Beaumont looked like she was set for a big one, didn't she? She was batting superbly, but it's just wickets too regularly, really, to get any sort of score going.
Yeah, I think this would be a time to rebuild now. I think they've not quite had that partnership really to kick on, but hopefully the last 17 overs here, Soph and Gordo can stick in. Yeah,
how long can you leave it? How long do you reckon? Is it a case now of actually you just try and bat for 17 overs? Do you have many targets or?
I think with the field set as it is, sweepers are definitely something you target, and then I'd guess it's just a bit of patience waiting for that bad ball. But with Fee Morris and Crossy in at both ends, it might be a little bit tricky.
That's the problem. And then the bowlers that Thunder can turn back to. Mahika Gore, Sophie Eccleston, Hannah Jones, Phoebe Graham as well. Phoebe's having a brilliant year.
Yeah. She's had a really good winter as well with the ball. Been scary to face in the nets. She's
got a very strong action and looks like a bowler who probably bowls it.
It's body line.
Is it? Bit of aggression, bit of chuntering. Okay. Indoor school, bit.
Yeah, it gets up a bit.
Pushed back by Gordon, who's had to be watchful. 18 off 50 balls so far. Doing the job her team needs her to do, really. Just too many people falling around her. Yorker dug out. She the quickest in the side then, Phoebe? Or Mahika?
I think so, yeah. I think maybe on par with Meeks. But yeah, she does give it some oomph at the crease.
Turned around the corner, just be a single. Katie Mack out there does the fielding. Good arm into Ellie Fraucard right above the stumps. Yes. Meek, I keep wanting to call her Meeks because you're calling her.
Sorry.
She knows all right.
Yeah.
She seems more chilled out, gentle as a bowler.
Yeah, yeah, and she is as a person as well. She's very chilled.
Her story's a lovely one, though, isn't it? The way Lancs discovered her and she came over with a thunder. Just such quality. It's amazing.
Yeah, she was scary to face when we went over to the UAE, and I think that opportunity for her and for us was perhaps a really good one to unfold.
Was that the March pre-season tour?
In 22, I think it was, when we stole Meeks.
Yes. She's very much yours now, isn't she?
Yeah, we've kept her.
Yes. You must be almost pinching yourself playing as a pro at Old Trafford every day.
Yeah, it's surreal. I've been pro now for a year and a half or something like that. And yeah, hopefully it can continue because I'm loving it. Great place at Old Trafford as well. Great facilities, good people.
Did you grow up watching a lot of county cricket?
Not really, no.
Just more playing.
I did not know what cricket was till I was about 11 or 12.
Did you not? Okay.
Not a clue.
Okay. How did you get into it then?
PE teacher forced
Oh,
me
right,
to go
okay.
down to Bradshaw Cricket Club.
Okay.
Dad wasn't too convinced because a bit of football at first, but managed to persuade him.
Kate crosses in, keeper up to the stumps. There's a short ball. It's just going to go out to Morris in the deep for a single. So you're a Bolton fan then?
Yeah, Bolton.
Are you a Bolton fan?
Yep.
Oh, okay, so you're happy at the moment. Big win.
Yes, happy. Still a game or two to go.
Yes.
But yeah, good 3-1 win against Barnsley.
Yeah, away from home as well, that wasn't it?
But second leg is tomorrow night.
Pushed to mid-on. You going?
I don't feel well.
Yeah, you got the game.
Staying down here in Notts. But I will be watching on the stream somewhere.
Yes. I was at Wembley yesterday for a playoff final. I mean, they're massive, but someone has to lose it. So it's the best way to do it if you win.
I'd love to lose at Wembley. It's not the worst thing.
Well. Ooh, inside edge. Could have gone anywhere. They pick up a single. Good throw right in above the stumps. Okay, so PE teacher forced you down to Bradshaw at 11 or 12, and was it love at first sight with cricket?
It was, yeah. Quite a lot of the mates that all played at Bradshaw because it's quite close to my primary and high school. But yeah, I just loved it. I thought it was really satisfying at first. Little quick cricket, giving it a whack.
Short ball pulled in the air in front of square. I think it'll just be one. Yeah. Superb work actually out in the deep there. High fee Morris. It's going to be a wide. Good stop from Ali Fraukel down the leg side. Gets a hand on it. Saves a few runs. And when did you realise you were good, for want of a better word? When did you start playing age group stuff?
6 months into it.
Yeah?
I didn't know where cover was mid-wicket. I didn't understand anything. But originally a bowler at first.
Okay.
And then I think they put me down the order a little bit.
That one just nipped back.
But yeah, it was quite a quick progress.
Quick cricket.
Into the age groups.
And you play men's club cricket at Bradshaw still as well?
Yes, yeah, I do, yeah.
Flicked up in the air. It's going to loop over Serin Smale. Morris again. He's been brilliant out on the boundary. She's electric in her pace, isn't she?
She's a really good fielder. Shout out to the throwing academy that she runs.
Ah, okay.
Little business based in Bristol and Manchester.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah. But she's
put
been
that in my
teaching me
notes.
how to throw properly as well.
Okay.
So I would recommend if anyone wants to sort their throwing out.
Well, from what I've seen, she's setting a good example, definitely.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I wonder how she got into that then, a throwing academy.
Well, she was a physiotherapist as well down at Bristol.
Right.
And she's really good at throwing, so I think it
Makes
kind
sense.
of
When you put it like that, Daisy.
kind of went together really well.
Well, I just saw Sophie Eccleston doing a few warm-ups in the previous over. She is going to come on for Fee Morris. Change of ends for her. She was operating at the Stuart Broad end for the first 7 overs of her afternoon's work. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18. It's going to be a change of ends for her. Radcliffe Road end now. Plays 126 for 7. A little bit of a partnership going between Monroe on her 50th appearance for the Blaze. Gordon, 21 unbeaten. If anyone's going to break the partnership, though, it certainly could be Eccleston. Just bringing another fielder across. I think it's Jones who's gone from short fine leg to short third. So there's a gap if she fancies sweeping Monroe. Bit of a Yorker. Inside edge?
So,
I
yeah.
think so. Heard 2 noises. Eccleston was half interested. So, forgive me, I should know this. Are you on loan for the entire season? Is it just a short-term thing?
No, just until the 8th. So just until the end of this block of 50 over comp.
Nice.
And then I'll be heading back after Wednesday's game here at Trent Bridge.
That's a better shout. How'd you head her on the back foot? Sophie Eccleston really liked it. And I think she's saying to Ellie Frelkold... Well, Frelkold didn't seem to go up there.
No, I
And
think that might be the discussion.
yes, I thought she was saying, why were you not appealing? But then Frelkold followed her. I was just trying to work it out. She was really interested, Sophie Eccleston.
Yeah, did look good.
Going down leg, that one. You looking forward to the T20 starting then, Charlotte Edwards Cup?
Yeah, should be good. I think a couple of double headers at some point. I've not quite checked the schedule yet, but yeah.
You can't plan too far in advance, can you?
No,
Because
no.
it's all planned for you. And actually,
I'm very much a day-by-day
Are you?
person, so
Okay.
I don't know.
Eccleston, not quite chuntering, but I think a little bit miffed at perhaps not picking out what she thought might have been a second wicket a couple of balls ago.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration, I think.
Sends mid-on, mid-off back. Happy to give Monroe the strike. Floats one up. And Monroe takes a single to mid-on. Everyone's happy. Blaze have another run. Lancashire Thunder have the batter they would like on strike. Sophie Monroe. Let's have a look at that scorecard. The Blaze put into bat by Ellie Frelkold. Made a decent start, actually. Tammy Beaumont was looking pretty good. She was put down on 24. It's the kind of mistake that could have proven really costly. In the end, it only cost a single run. Look at that from Mika Gore. Top 3 wickets. Bowling Teresa Graves and Nadine de Klerk. And then 2 left-arm spinners, Jones and Eccleston, operating well in the middle. A couple of players have got starts, but no one's kicked on. And that is really why Blaze find themselves 127 for 7. As crosses in to Monroe. What might we expect from Monroe? Where her strengths lie?
Yeah, I think this position does suit her, to be fair, if she sticks in till the end. Can hit really hard ball, but just don't think the opportunity's quite been there yet for her, so...
Short ball, played that one well, just waited for it and tickled it round the corner. the difficulty is you're facing two of England's finest ever bowlers.
Yeah, I think that's where it's a bit tricky for us to get our hands through things, but yeah, hopefully if she bides the time, got plenty of time yet still, to get some runs on the board for them.
Yeah, still 13.4 overs remaining, so plenty of balls, plenty of time. If they could get above 200, then you just never know, the Blaze. Kate Cross, though, proving so difficult to get away. Wicketless so far. I think that might have flicked the pad on its way through. Yeah, leg bye is given by Chris Watt. So another run on the board. A couple of your teammates qualifying, well, from each team actually, qualifying with Scotland yesterday as well for the T20 World Cup.
They were all super happy. It's a great opportunity for them as well. Got yeah, we've got Hannah Rainey, Elsa over there at the moment.
Yeah.
And Liv Bell as well, who's here today. Couldn't quite make it over there due to her injury, but yeah, really happy for them lot. It'll be a great opportunity when they go out there.
Yes, and the Bryces for the Blaze as well out there. Scotland doing wonderfully, digging it in there again. Kate Cross this time in front of square, where Naomi Datani does the fielding. She's brilliant as well in the field, Datani.
Yeah, proper grit from Dats. She just gets stuck in.
A cracking signing from head of last summer, wasn't it?
Yeah, her and both Tara and Fee Morris were really good signings for our team. I think they've gelled in straight away as well when they did. But yeah, they've proved it really well with the way they've played in the last couple of years.
And you've got a Nottinghamshire legend as your head coach as well.
Yes, yeah, Chris Reed. Really nice bloke.
Yeah.
Lovely guy. Really lovely.
Highly rated coach. He was a wonderful wicket keeper. Loved here at Trent Bridge as Eccleston continues. 38th over of the innings. Just pushed into the offside for a single. I'm a bit older than you, and when I grew up, Chris Reed, basically the number of times Nottinghamshire were in a little bit, you'd look at the scorecard and Nottinghamshire were in trouble. 6, 7, 8 down for not many, as that's just flicked to mid-wicket, and then you check an hour or so later and Chris Reed will be about 60 or 70 not out.
Yeah, really great player, great captain as well for Notts. So lucky to have him on our side.
Well, that's a lovely looking shot from Monroe. Just waited on that one. It was all about timing and placement. Slightly back of a length. Beat the fielders in the ring and picks up a much needed boundary. Moves on to a dozen, Monroe. And immediately, I think, Fee Morris is sent out towards the boundary. Deep cover. Half a mix up there. Kirsty Gordon was keen for the single. Monroe barely moved. They almost stood face to face with each other by the time Gordon turned around. Yeah, so what's Chris Reed like as a coach then?
Yeah, really nice bloke. Really positive as well. I think a change up might have been a little bit needed just to push us on further. And it has showed this year already. A few wins on the board and some really good performances individually. But yeah, the way he wants to go about his cricket is really positive for us.
They were happy to give Monroe a single there at the end of the over, but this time she wasn't able to get it away. So end of another over, 38 gone, 134 for 7. Is as much change since he's come in the way you do things?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I think there's a bit more of a positivity around, being a bit more fearless, being a bit more aggressive up top. I think the best cricket's been shown out of that this year, especially with lots of players. I mean, I know Katie Mack's only just come into the side, but her turning up and Sarah almost turning up. Fee Morris, big scores and stuff. It's really good signs to see, which I think we've struggled in the past.
Yes, there's been a sense for a few years that the side has been kind of underachieved for the talent it's got. It's just sometimes you just need a little bit of change, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I think just needed a little bit of a push, and it's shown so far.
Certainly in with a decent shout of victory here. Kate Cross into her 8th over from the Stuart Broad end. Straight onto the leg side, flick down to Mahika Gore, who I'm sure we will see in 5 or 6 overs time if this game is still going on. She and Kate Cross took the new ball. There's just so much depth to the Funder side.
Yeah, I think both batting and bowling. It's good to have a few all-rounders in the camp.
Outside edge. Just be a single though. Hannah Jones will do the fielding. And in fairness, there's depth in the Blaze side as well. It's just they've had a few missing this year.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that showed really well with Grace Ballinger and Gordo up at the back end of that game with that amazing partnership.
Yes.
So yeah, lots of depth in this batting lineup.
It's Kirsty Gordon who's out there again now, who's on strike, picks up a single. Partnership starting to build a little bit with Sophie Monroe. Will be starting to frustrate the Lancashire Funder. Worth 29 now, this partnership. There's been 6 partnerships worth 15 or more, but the highest so far is 32. They need a big one. Well played. Angled in toward it. And just opened the face up and ran it down to third for a single. Not many boundary options, but 4 singles off the over so far. So keeping Kate Cross thinking. Feels like well, it certainly sounds like the food festival is starting to get a bit lively.
It is rocking. I had to walk through Fox Road. There was a lot of people, perhaps double the amount that are in the stands right now.
There are a lot of people in the stands too, though. I think about 5,000 they're expecting through just for the food festival over the course of today. That one is driven to mid-off. Eccleston does the fielding, no run. Why has she not got a number on Eccleston?
I think she's got a jumper on, I believe.
Okay.
I think some of the jumpers haven't quite had the numbers put on yet.
I see.
Staying mysterious.
Yes, I did wonder if it was if the new number was like having no number, if that was a thing. Yeah, you might have to walk back past that food. That's going to be tempting when you walk past the food festival.
Hour as well. It is getting that time of the hour.
It's the one thing with 50 over games, like 10:30 start. By the end of the first innings, you're properly hungry. 1:30, 1:45 is a little bit late for lunch.
A couple of the Blaze girls have given me a heads up to sneak some food up to the dressing room for them from the food festival.
Oh, what have they ordered?
Well, not sure I can do it just yet, but they might have to wait for the evening session of food.
Eccleston in. And I remember watching a game on the live stream, on the Lancashire live stream last year at Blackpool, and the Lancashire men went on an ice cream run. They were caught on camera.
Don't think the anti-corruption people were too happy with it.
Oh really? Cut away.
Might have breached a couple of the PMOA stuff, but all worth it, I think, for an ice cream.
Yeah, I think so. It was a very, very hot day. They pick up a couple. I won't ask. Does seem a slightly overly heavy-handed bit of red tape. That it's just an ice cream full of ball from Eccleston. She varies her pace and her line and her length up so well. Okay, well, we'll make sure you stay the right side of that and wait until after
Yeah, not
play.
going to risk it.
Cut away in the air. It's going to be chased by Hannah Jones, who does well to pull it back. As does Kirsty Gordon, who does well to come back for a third. It's going all right, this, for the Blaze now. Last 20 minutes, half an hour.
Yeah, I think they just need to keep ticking along, really.
Since you've come in, Daisy.
Bit of good luck.
Yeah. What, if you had to take a step back, what's the minimum score you need for this game to be competitive, do you think?
I think for it to be competitive, I think 200 plus. For it to be a good game, they've got a good bowling attack as displays. Not too similar to Thunders at the moment with the likes of Crossy and Soph back, but yeah, I think 200 plus would be really competitive.
Spinners have done well, so Sarah Glenn will be looking forward to bowling on this. End of the over, 40 gone, so 10 remain in the Blaze innings, 143 for 7. Kirsty Gordon has 24 unbeaten from 63. Partnership is now worth 35 from 77 balls. Almost 45 minutes ago that last wicket fell. So just probably for the first time in the day so far, having a little bit of a period where the Blaze are on top. Ten overs left then. Is that Naomi Datani coming back? Yes, it is. Kate Cross is out of the attack. Datani back in. Cross has got 2 left. I imagine she'll bowl those at the very end. Gore's still got 3. Oh, a bit of a mix-up. Chance for a run-out. Is a run-out, and that is not what the Blaze needed whatsoever. The change of bowling has worked. Monroe flicked it into the leg side. I think she immediately shouted yes. Gordon had taken a couple of steps. Sensibly said no, because I'm not sure there was a run there.
Yeah, it would have been a close one, that.
Yeah, you can see the frustration from Gordon and Monroe. They'd worked hard to build themselves back into this game, just a touch. Funda will be delighted with that there. Let's have another look at it on the replay. Oh, in fact, it's Gordon starts running.
Yeah, I think Gordon might have called unlucky.
Yeah, I beg your pardon, Sophie Monroe. It was Gordon who called her through from the non-striker's end. It was the striker's call, really. And in fairness to Monroe, obligingly she started to go, but by the time she had, Gordon had changed her mind and it was too late. So Gordon was just frustrated at herself more than anything. It's the 8th wicket to fall for the Blaze, and it brings to the crease Lucy Hyam with 7 on her back. Missed the first couple of games due to injury, has come back in. Made 25, batting at 9 against the Sunrisers. 9 not out in the last game against the Diamonds. So averaging 34 for the season. If she could get 34 runs here, that would be very handy. Change of bowling has worked, though, for Ali Farrell-Kell. Perhaps not in the way she'd envisaged. Another softish dismissal, really, from the Blaze. And a couple of those today. Find themselves 8 down, still with 9.5 overs remaining. See much of Lucy Hyam bat in the games and in the nets? What might we expect from her?
Definitely a really useful batter, obviously as well as her off spin. But yeah, hopefully her and Gordo can rebuild again here. But yeah, really useful with the bat.
Only the bowler really interested. Farrell-Kell had taken a step or two down the leg side. How difficult as a batter is it you may have been involved in situations like Kirsty Gordon where you're still out there, you know you've made the mistake really, but you've got to kind of put that out of your mind and concentrate on your job again.
Yeah, I think Gordon will be definitely frustrated with that, but yeah, with the game of where it is, you can't hold on to that too long.
Bonus run there, that'll be a wide from Datani. She was looking for the Yorker, trying to hit the base of the stumps, I think. Bit of buoyancy out there from the Thunder, as you might expect. They were up here yesterday training at Lady Bay Cricket Club over the road. It's beautiful, isn't it? All the sports facilities are just in such close proximity here.
Yeah, it's nice to have Trent Bridge, Notts County, Notts Forest, Lady Bay, the rugby club.
Beautiful. You wouldn't need to leave
There's
this.
a lot going on.
Yeah. Being told by young Miss Harmer about all the coffee shops as well.
Yep, there is a lot. That was the first thing I was introduced to when I came down a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
There was a really nice one on the corner of Lady Bay that we go to a lot.
Were you a big coffee drinker before when they got you into it?
Yeah, I do need a coffee. Won't be able to function otherwise.
It's that first sip in the morning, isn't it?
It's like a breath of fresh air,
Yeah.
yeah.
It really is. So you staying in Nottingham somewhere? The club putting you up, or have you with any teammates?
Yeah, Blaze have put me up sometimes just across the road actually from Trent Bridge, but
Lovely.
sometimes stay at Boise's as well.
Pulled in front of square, just another single. Didn't quite time that one. Did Hyam? And that is the end of the over. 9 gone. 9 gone. 9 left. Would have been an eventful 9 overs, wouldn't it? 145 for 8.
I'd take that after 9.
Yeah, you certainly get your money's worth. Can't quite work out if it's physically possible quickly enough, but probably is just about. There'll be a T20, a T10 competition somewhere. Do you have a preferred format? 20, 50?
I like the buzz around the T20s.
Yeah.
I think definitely, along with the double headers and stuff, I think the whole atmosphere is a lot better. But I think I do prefer 50 over, in my opinion. Cricket all day, with the sun shining, hopefully.
It was shining. It's kind of gone away. It's one of those days where it's a bit dangerous because you go out and think, oh, well, I don't need to put sun cream on, and then come 8 o'clock at night, you're red raw. But it's certainly a lovely day here down by the river. Hannah Jones back into the attack. 2 for 20 so far from her 6 overs. Field spreads a little bit. Couple of fielders out on the leg side, one out on the offside. And there is one of those fielders on the leg side. No, on the offside. It's Sophie Eccleston doing the fielding out there. She often out on the boundary, Sophie?
Not normally, no. She's normally very useful at mid-on, mid-off for them chip-ups. But yeah, maybe she fancied a stint out there.
Last one ball, she's up in the ring. There's a full toss. It's going to be... Oh, it's not. It's going to land safe. I thought it had gone straight up for a second.
I wasn't sure where that went then.
Ellie Frelkel wasn't either. It's one of those as a keeper with the helmet on, you're blinded. She was stood looking for it. It ended up falling safe. I thought that was going to be yet another wicket from a full toss. Jones is in again. 147 for 8 still. What do they call her? The silent assassin or something like that? Jones, is that right?
Something like that, yeah. I think that wouldn't be a bad name for her.
She's just quietly understated, goes about her business.
Yeah, such a lovely girl, yeah.
Yeah. Did you see it wasn't her picture up earlier on the big screen?
I didn't know. Whose was it?
It was the wrong Hannah.
Did they go for a Hannah Rainey instead?
Yeah, they did indeed.
She's currently in Abu Dhabi, so
yes.
that wouldn't make a lot of sense.
It would have been some commitment to have got back for this one.
Yeah.
It's a nice shot from Gordon, but she doesn't get any runs for it. He just waited on that one. Found third, another over gone. Another over of spin, so rapidly through it. 42 gone. Blaze 147 for 8. If you're just joining us, welcome. Where have you been all day? Sam Dalling alongside Thunder Star Daisy Milan. Is it Milan or Mullen?
Well, I suppose it should be Milan, but it is Mullen.
What did you say? Mullen.
Mullen, yeah.
Okay, Daisy Mullen on loan at the Blaze for the first block of games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. So not quite cup tied. Yeah, can't play today basically.
No, yeah, I think that would be a little bit offside if I.
Could just bat for both sides. That would have been a fair way of doing it. The Tani around the wicket for the first time today. Trying to cramp Hayam for room, but she does really well to get that out towards Katie Mack, who does very well herself to keep it to just a single. She looks a decent fielder out in the outfield as well. Her and Morris on those boundaries. Not many twos out there to them.
No, I've heard Katie Mack is really quick as well. Extremely quick.
She
So
looks
useful to have her out there. Deep cover.
Yes, and it's a big old area out there as well. Dug into the ground and pulled into the ground for a single. Yeah, it's a decent boundary on the leg side, but it's a huge one on the offside as you're looking at it at home, viewers. One of the bigger boundaries around, I would imagine. And it's about 40 yards in from the stand. You're miles away in that stand over there.
Yeah, it does feel a long way over there. They're close to the food though.
That's true. Smells good. Just can't see the cricket. Did she roll her wrists on that one, maybe, Datani? Didn't miss the stumps by much. Certainly didn't get up. Hayam was through the shot too early. Clever bowler, isn't she, Datani?
Yeah, it looks like that one just skidded through lower, just a tiny bit. But yeah, really useful, both bat and ball. That's
Oh, that's a beautiful take by Ellie Frelkeld. A big no call from Kirsty Gordon, slightly burnt from the previous incident.
yeah, good call though. She's good
Was.
in the field, Sarah there at mid wicket. Quick fired throw through.
Did.
And a great stop from Ellie Frelkeld as well. That could have gone right down to Jonesy at third.
Oh, leading edge, it's gone on up in the air. Oh, it's agonising for Emma Lamb. There was nothing she could do about that. It was one of those that just teased her and looped her around in a circle.
Yeah, they're the worst ones. I think I'd rather it be smacked at me than the floaty ones.
Yeah, she did have no chance there whatsoever. Single and 150 up for the Blaze. Round of applause from what is a very healthy crowd here at Trent Bridge on this bank holiday Monday. Dug into the pitch by Datani. Both she and Phoebe Graham and Kate Cross actually have dug it in from that Stuart Broad end. End of the over, 150 for 8. The beauty of having Datani and Gore is, yes, they're both left-arm seamers, but they're very different bowlers in terms of Gore's gets her height, gets that natural bounce. Datani, as we saw that one a bit earlier in the over, just gets it to skid on a bit.
Yeah, I think Meeks probably. I think they're probably similar pace, but yeah, Meeks is kind of drifts into you, into the right hand, whereas yeah, Dat's quite skiddy on the crease, gets through quite low sometimes, but then she can dig it in as well.
Just got variety despite it being left arm seam. Sticking with left armers, Hannah Jones I think is going to keep bowling. Ellie Frelkeld just in counsel with Kate Cross there, perhaps asking how she wants to finish it off. Would you expect Cross and Gore to come back for the last 5, or is it a bit play it by ear?
I reckon so, yeah, surely. I think two obviously great bowlers. I think it'd be difficult to put away at that lower end.
Quick single there. Good bit of running, just drop and run. Really good bowling from Hannah Jones. Really tight. You could see what the batter was trying to do, which was give herself some space, play it into the offside, but just no width at all. Hannah Jones, as Daisy was saying, never fails to hit the stumps.
Yeah, you don't want to miss to Jonesy. It'd likely be a wicket.
You know what I was hoping? I was hoping that's what was going to happen just there. I mean, because you don't sound good as a commentator very often at all, but occasionally you say something and then it happens straight away. Yeah. Those are the dream moments. That is a beautiful shot, though. 1-2 over the rope. Kirsty Gordon, who's been watchful so far to be, just takes a couple of steps down towards Hannah Jones, plays her over the top. Lovely shot.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot from Gordo. Bob's kicked a bit of momentum forward. The last few overs coming.
Yeah, much needed boundary. That one, not had one for a while. 38th over was the last boundary, which in a one-day game is a fair old while ago. Cuts that one for one. It's pretty much the first run she scored down the ground, Gordon, as well. Just a single before that in the V down the ground. Everything else square of the wicket. Has worked the ball around nicely. That's a nice shot as well. Probably will only get her one unless they take on the arm. They don't, and they were right not to. That's Katie Mack, right?
Yep. Super quick there.
Both quick.
Onto that one.
Quick and a good throw. It's not a bad combo. I think Lucy Hyam doesn't believe that hit anything. Umpire, though, has suggested they flick the pad, presumably, because it is the end of the over. No extra run, no extra ball. Still a little bit of a discussion going on.
Yeah, I think Jonesy was ready to bowl another one as well there.
Yeah. Maybe the argument is the position she got herself into, Lucy Hyam. Anyway, no point arguing. It's over and done with.
Yep, Dats is ready at the top of her mark.
6 overs left. The Tarnies bowled 4 so far, economically so. Phoebe Graham just bowled the 3 overs. Didn't bowl badly at all. That's zipped through. Feels like a pitch where pace off might be the way to go, though, which is why we might have seen a little bit less of Graham.
Yeah, I think that's getting it through. I think maybe that's why they've gone with her, and obviously the spinners as well in the middle. Jonesy on at the other end.
Nice pick up from Hyam, and an excellent bit of work on the boundary again by Fee Morris. Was travelling that one and just bounced, had to steady herself because she was right on the rope. Did very, very well. Short ball pulled and finds the gap. Kirsty Gordon, a couple of boundaries and a couple of overs for her. That was nicely played. Just waited on it. There was a fielder at deep square leg and Mahika Gora fine leg. Split the pair of them. Could prove to be a lovely little hand, this, from Kirsty Gordon. If she can finish on 50, 60.
Yeah, if she keeps waiting for shots like that as well, I think that will be really useful for the Blaze. That's a lovely shot there. Split the gap.
Fair few of the short balls just seem to be getting stuck and sitting up nicely. It's almost a case of having to wait for the batters.
Yeah.
Not sure short is the way to go on this pitch. Having said that, third has come up and there's now 3 fielders out on the leg side in the deep. And short was the way to go, but that fielder at deep mid-wicket is into play. So just a single. 2 balls left of the 45th over. The Tani in what could be the last of her overs. I say that purely because Kate Cross and Mahika Gore have still got 5 to bowl between them. Anna Jones has got a couple left. Sophie Eccleston has bowled out. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29. Superb stuff from her. Fee Morris, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5. So she is in fact the most economical of all the Thunder bowlers.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who they go with to finish off. Maybe Femo wouldn't be a bad shout.
Another single for Heyhoe, who keeps the strike. Well, Rachael's going to put the helmet on, so you'd imagine it's either going to be Jones or Morris. Probably Jones. Yeah, Jones has taken her hat off. 5 overs to go. Jones has got a couple left, so if she were to bowl 2, it would just leave the odd over here from the Radcliffe Road end. $164 for 8, the Blaze. They've done all right, really. They were 174 for 5. They weren't 174 for 5 at all. They were 74 for 5. At that point, you're worried if it could be another really low total, as there's a slog sweep out. There's a fielder out there as well. It hasn't quite carried to Fee Morris, who in the end, sensibly, rather than trying to catch something she wasn't going to get to and risking the ball spinning past it, took a step back and allowed them to take the single. Down the pitch and struck beautifully by Kirsty Gordon. All along the ground. Emma Lamb at cover could do nothing about that one.
Yeah, that's raced away that. It's a lovely shot from Gordo.
Just a sense in the last couple of overs that Gordon is starting to push the accelerator. She's striking the ball well, and Heyhoe, although she's only got 13, has middled a couple of balls. If these two can stay together for the last 5 overs, maybe we've got a game on. Come through for a single. Gordon has 40 now. She's at a non-striker's end. Long on goes back to... Oh, mid on goes back to long on. And that's a sweep shot. It's behind square. Katie Mack is quick. And she's got a good arm. Well, it's a long way down there. They come back for a couple. Every run being applauded from that Blaze dressing room. And what must be 1,000 or so, if not a few more, in the crowd.
Yep, a lovely way to spend your bank holiday, I think.
It's just a shame it's the only game on. But yes, we are very lucky to be here. That's a beauty from Jonesy, as Daisy would say. She just very rarely misses the stumps, and she gives us the perfect example there.
Yeah, well stuck out there from Jonesy. Good delivery.
Lucy Heyhoe bowled 15 off 19, and the Thunder will be delighted with that, because just a little bit of momentum with the Blaze, and these two stuck together, and suddenly you're looking at 200 plus, 210, 220 maybe, with a strong finish, there was a chance that might happen, and that would be a very different scorecard to 170 to chase. Still got 1 wicket to take though.
Much needed wicket there. I think Lucy was looking to kick on a little bit here. But Grace Ballinger now comes in, who had a good last partnership the other week, like I said before, with Gordo. So we're looking to do the same here.
Yeah, they put on 77 in the game against South East Stars. Ballinger made 25 of those off 75 balls, so she won't have quite as long this time around. Her job really has got to be to stay in and give Kirsty Gordon as much of the strike, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously Gordo's kicking on a little bit now, a couple of boundaries in the last few overs from her, so yeah, but that's what Grace will be looking to do now. rotating the strike and trying to get her captain on strike. She's a really good number 11 to have, though. She might even score a few herself.
Left-hander on strike. See the left arm spinner. Tries to make it look as if she left that ball alone. I think she might have nibbled at it first. And end of the over, 172 for 9. Hannah Jones has 337. She's got one left, and I think she might just finish off. And it looks like it's Phoebe Graham actually who's got ball in hand. Just the 3 overs from her so far. "13 runs off it." She came on first change, replacing Kate Cross from that Stuart Broad end. So same end note, caps back on. It's Kate Cross. It looked for a second like it was going to be.
I think they were keen to have her on then. I think she was going to come and bowl, but maybe just talking out some tactics for the last few overs.
Oh, she fooled us all. Photo, the right photo, was up on the big screen. She was announced, and then Kate Cross has ball in hand, and Rachael is going back. Kirsty Gordon on strike, 40 from 77. A lot of this final 4 overs rests on her, really. Can she get them up to 200, the Blaze? No run there. Sam Dalling alongside Daisy Mullen, sorry.
Same thing.
Yeah, it is, but it isn't. Ooh, swing and a miss. Finish with the bat. It looked attractive, the finish, the flourish from Kirsty Gordon. How does it work these days, so that when you join a new team, you go into the WhatsApp group and then unceremoniously dumped when you leave? Do you get chucked out of the Thunder one?
I've not been chucked out of the Thunder one.
That's good.
No. But yeah, I think come the end of the loan spell, have to say goodbye to the Blaze group chats.
Ooh, she was looking to work it into the leg side. She got an outside edge. Hannah Jones down in front of us has done very well, and they picked up a couple. Gordon, as you would expect, with 3.5 overs to go, he's looking to push the scoring rate on here. Coming up on 1:30, so they got through the overs pretty quickly. 10:30 start for these Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games. You can see Gordon targeting that leg side, which he just chipped that one up, and that will be the end of the innings. Seren Smale takes the catch. She put one down a little bit earlier. Decent hand from Kirsty Gordon, 42. She's top scored in it, but I think it's advantage Thunder at the halfway stage. Wicket finally for Kate Cross. 1 for 29 for her. 3 for 33 for Mahika Gore. 3 for Hannah Jones, and a wicket each for Eccleston and Fee Morris. And probably advantage Thunder, is that fair to say, Daisy?
Yeah, I would say so with the line-up. Unlucky there from Kirsty Gordon. Thought she was looking for that spot with the previous swing over at Cow Corner, but yeah, unlucky to not pick it up.
Yeah, you could just see her lining up. She'd been batting on leg stump previously. She'd moved across and was eyeing up that boundary. She gets a round of applause. We will find out what happens in about 40 minutes time. 175 will be the chase, thanks to Daisy Mullen and Beth Harmer at the back of the box. 2 out of 3 of us are probably going to scramble for the food festival and find some food. Daisy's going to have to walk on by and wait for a little bit later. There's the scorecard on screen. We will sign off for now and be back with you in about half an hour's time. overs to do it, should they so require. I'm Sam Dalling, and I'm alongside the Blazes star Beth Palmer. How are you? I'll turn you back on first.
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to see the girls go out and hopefully get off on a good foot. Got Grace opening the bowling at the Stuart Broad end, and as we've seen all season and previous seasons, she's very good up top. So she'll be looking to get some early breakthroughs here, and I think that'll put the Blaze on the front foot, hopefully.
Yeah, and they'll need to come out of the blocks firing really. Quick wickets are going to be the key if they're to have a chance of recording their second victory of the summer. It would be back-to-back victories. They won the previous game up at Scarborough. It's an uphill but not impossible task. Emma Lamb is going to face the first ball, and there is one slip in. Oh, and that is a beauty. I think it's clipped the top pad from Grace Ballinger first up. Diving forward, keeper Claridge. I don't think it was a drop catch. I think it flicked the pad.
Yeah, the way I went up there, I thought
you
it was
were
an edge. No, what a start from Grace. Great areas to challenge at the very start of the innings. So good sign early on. She'll look to capitalise on this ball swing in. She comes in again.
Lamb off the mark. Will be a couple, if not four. I think that's going to run away for four. Well, it wasn't really a fine leg, it's more a deep square leg, and that went really fine from Emma Lamb. So she picks up a boundary, Thunder's first of the day. Remember, we're in the power play, so only two fielders allowed outside the circle. Thunder have four on the board.
Yeah, just a nice flick off the legs there from Emma Lamb. Grace tails the ball back into the batter. It's the right-hand batter, so anything she slightly gets wrong can be put away, but she'll come in again now. That's a great line from Grace there.
Outstanding season last year for the Blaze, did Grace Ballinger. Player of the tournament for the Blaze in this competition. 18 wickets across 13 games, miserly power play, a miserly economy rate of just over 4, which, given she bowls largely in the power play, is quite some effort. If she has a day today, if she is the one, chance of a victory still. Pulled in front of square.
Well fielded from Marie Kelly out there, doing the work on the square leg boundary. Not quite middled by Emma Lamb, but found the gap nicely. That brings Seren Smale on strike. Some good run of form at the minute, so the Blaze will be looking to try and get her out nice and early, not let her get in and get used to this pitch.
Yeah, 99 she was run out for in her last game against the Vipers, and it wasn't a great run.
No, looking for the 2, wasn't she?
Yeah. Off the mark here, though. So she's made 100 across the last 2 games now. I will not say anything further because she has 99 more runs in a professional game than I will ever have. But yes, it was. If you look at the replay, you can just see the desperation to come back for 2. Doesn't quite get there. It was never there really, but still 99.
A good innings from her.
It was. And Emma Lamb, well, we know all about her. An international who plays a beautiful shot. Just waited and cut it away. There's a fielder down at third, and there's a backward point. Found the gap though. 4 more, 10 off the first over, so an expensive-ish start from Grace Ballinger. A couple of nice shots from Emma Lamb.
Yeah, I think a little bit of width on offer, and Thunder's opening pair good enough to capitalise on that. You see Nadine de Klerk opening the bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end. It's been a great signing for us, so hopefully she can also capitalise on this new ball and be the one for us here.
Yeah, not had as many wickets so far this summer as she did last year, but I mean, she was quite brilliant last year, wasn't she? If she can just find a little haul, nice little haul on this bank holiday Monday. You just never know where this game's going to go. There's a slip in, there's also a gully.
Cut shot hit straight to backward point, which is Beth and Gammon. Got that cover gap open again, as did Thunder, just to try and entice the opening batting pair to play outside of a wide one. That is flicked off Seren Smell's legs, timed very nicely. Sophie Monroe puts a diving stop but can't quite get there. That's 4 runs to Seren Smell.
All timing that, wasn't it, Smale? Yeah, we were talking a bit earlier, weren't we, about how sometimes as a batter you go out there and just feel good. You don't really need to get in because you feel in from the off, and that was just timing from Smale. Player in form, helping herself.
Yeah, you can already see in just the 3 balls that she's faced, she's batting with confidence at the minute, so Blaze need to try and get her out early as Nadine de Klerk comes in, played to backward point again, no run.
Spent a little bit of the winter on tour with England A, Seren Smale. Was over in New Zealand. I like her story because she's state school educated and basically was at a school that didn't really have any kind of cricket facilities, so it's quite remarkable to see her at 19 playing here.
Flicked off the legs again, beats Sarah Glenn at mid-wicket, and they'll come back for 2 runs. Yeah, no, she's been, given a few opportunities last year. She's capitalised on those and has cemented herself as an opening batter in this team. So it's really great to see someone of her age stepping up and batting really well for them as well.
That first 100 will come. 94 against the Sparks last year, 99 against the Vipers last week, edging ever closer. The Blaze will just be hoping it doesn't come today.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, we just need to try and capitalise on this power play, get a few early wickets, be on the front foot. Wide ball from Nadine de Klerk.
A little bit of swing though, which will be encouraging.
Yeah, encouraging signs for them. I think that was the point I alluded to with having no cover there. As a batter myself, you always back yourself to be able to nail it in that gap, but as we've seen so many times, there's an opportunity for you to nick the ball, and hence the slip and the gully. And that will be 4 runs to Seren Smale. As we just said, good players back themselves to hit that gap, and that's what she's done with much control. And that brings Thunder on to 21 for no loss of 2 overs.
Yeah, rapid start for the Thunder. Remember, chasing a relatively small target as well, just 175 to win. On what is quite a big outfield actually, so as well as the boundary option on what will now be the leg side from the Stuart Broad end, if you look into the offside, there's 2s and 3s everywhere as well. Blaze going to have to do something quite brilliant to stop the Thunder here. They just bat so deep, the Thunder. It's a serious lineup. They've got power all the way down the order, as you were mentioning in the interval. Ballinger to continue.
Good line from Grace there, as she looks down at her hands with confusion.
So I wondered this, so we've got 1 slip in, and yes, she's a bit wider because of the angle, understandably. But I've seen more and more in games I've covered this summer and last summer that actually when they have one slip, which is Tammy Beaumont, almost second slip is the default position as a starting point. Inside edge, so they'll come through for a run. Is that almost because these days you're backing your keeper almost to cover first slip, so it's a bit of a 2 for the price of...
Yeah,
no, 3 for the price of 2?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm not really expertise in that area, but yeah, you'd back your keeper to get a bit of movement going and be able to cover that. I suppose we see in the men's game you've got a few slips in play, but more pace in the ball, etc. But yeah, you'd back your keeper. As Grace is in, it's a short one, but fielded at cover by Bethan Gammon. Top ball.
Yeah, she won't mind that too much. She's got away with one there, Grace, I think. Form that Seren Smale is in. Seems to be nailing everything. Just redoing her guard. Feels like quite a party in the background. I can hear it in my ear.
It does, yeah.
We did pop down to the food festival. Ooh, that's a beautiful shot. Just over pitched. Almost overcompensated. The previous ball was too short. She got away with it. She overpitched that one, and Seren Smale in this sort of form, it's a half volley for her.
Yeah, excellently driven by her. Picked the gap perfectly and didn't need to run for that one. Just watch it go over the boundary rope.
Yeah, we popped down for the food festival. There's a lot of people in there. The queues were quite lengthy. I managed to get some food. I haven't actually managed to eat it yet, so at some point I might have to disappear off. And luckily you've got teammates or friends who aren't in the matchday squad in the queue for you. You have a lot of power here.
I know.
It's good. I'm impressed, Beth.
Grace Ballinger into bowl. It's worked onto the leg side from Smale. Picked up by Marie Kelly for one run. Yeah, it's a good turnout today. As we said, the street food festival was on, so a lot of people in and around the ground. But it's great to see so many people here watching the women's game.
Yeah, absolutely is. I think 2,000 is the crowd currently, just for the cricket.
Much better line from Grace Ballinger there. Good ball to finish off her over, and Thunder 27 for no loss of 3 overs. It's probably not the start our opening bowlers would have wanted, but these are the times that someone's got to put their hand up and find a way through this Thunder batting attack. Nadine de Klerk is back on to bowl her second over. First over went for 11 runs, so pretty expensive over to start with. But she's an aggressive bowler. She's great to have around the team. So we are seeing a field change as Tammy Beaumont's coming out of gully and into extra cover. Lucy Heim goes round to cover. So taking out that catching opportunity there, just to be a bit more protective of that cover region. Nadine de Klerk into bowl, and that is a swipe outside the offside. Yep, sun's shining here. Nice bank holiday Monday. Spent right. Crowd's filling up. It's great to see.
Yeah, that's beautiful. It is beautiful here. Could still be a good game as well. Shot.
It's another excellent shot from Seren Smale. Picks out the gap between cover and extra cover. So it's the timing of a batter that is in form right now. She's hardly hit that and it's flown to the boundary.
Well, I think what was remarkable about that 99, well, there are a few remarkable things about it, is that she only got 6 boundaries in it and hit 6 fours. So there it was a case of having to manipulate the field. I mean, here, she must have, what, 3 or 4 already?
Yeah. Nadine de Klerk into bowl. And that one just tails away from the batter. It's a dot ball potentially close to the wide line, but give it a dot.
Yeah, she got 4 fours from 20 runs here. Just 6 boundaries in total out of 99. I suspect if she's out there for much longer, she will surpass that quite quickly. There's the 5th. Just back of her length onto the back foot. Had all the time in the world. It's the amount of time she had to play that shot was quite remarkable.
Yeah, she's off to a flyer here. So wouldn't be surprised if we saw some fairly quick bowling changes just to try and break this opening partnership that we're already seeing so far.
What's it like when you're a fielding side out there?
It's quite tough. You want, as a person that doesn't bowl at all, you know, you're kind of reliant on. That's a good ball by Nadine de Klerk, just left by Sarah Smale there. It's hard as a fielder. You just have to make the change in your fielding, but you've just got to keep backing your teammates, backing your bowlers up, and you know, back that they'll get the job done for you.
Turned into the leg side, but straight to Sarah Glenn. Might see her sooner rather than later with ball in hand. End of the over then. 4 gone, 35 without loss. The Thunder, so just 140 more runs required for them if they want to secure a victory here at Trent Bridge. It will be a welcome win too. They've just got the 1 win so far. There we go. I was talking about the power that Beth wields around here. She's just had some lovely looking beef tacos delivered. Now welcome to my world, Beth. They look lovely, trying to eat them whilst also commentating. Yeah. I've realised also we've got quite new headphone sets on as well, so I just need to avoid getting any sauce on the microphone for the next person. Grace Ballinger is in from the Stuart Broad end. Driven beautifully. Emma Lamb this time is into the act. Longest boundary up there towards the food festival. 3 of them give chase.
Yeah,
won't catch it.
Raced along the used wickets there. Emma Lamb picking that gap between point and cover. Ticking along nicely this opening pair.
Nice to see her back playing again as well. She had to pull out of that test tour of India due to back surgery, so had her injury troubles back end of last year. Fine player though. Was also on that A tour with Sarah Smale. Been in and around those England sides for 3 or 4 years now. Highly talented. No ball. Miss Ballinger hasn't quite got her footwork right.
There's a much better line and length from Grace there, but yeah, unfortunately it was a no ball. Interesting to see where this free hit goes.
Do you try and change anything when you're batting and you get a free hit? Because it can easily get into that mindset of I must try to hit this as hard as possible, almost puts more pressure on.
No, I think if it's in the power play, as a batter, you back yourself to hit a gap with ease. As Grace Ballinger's coming in, and that is hit straight at cover. Oh, direct hit would have been gone.
Oh, that was risky because you can be run out. You can see how close that was from the fielder's reaction. Is it Beth Gammon in there at cover? That would have been huge. She was right at the end, or at the edge of the 30-yard ring. They scrambled through. Smale was gone, I think, if that had hit.
Direct hit, and I think that would have been out. So really good pressure. Maybe a little lapse in concentration from the Thunder opening pair here.
They'll be relieved. Chris Reed will be relieved.
Got a ball. Grace Ballinger. Yeah, I think as a batter, you just back your option. Your strongest shot, obviously it depends on who you're facing, but yeah, you've just got to pick your gap and back it 100%.
Certainly that's what Sarah Smale is doing right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely flying. 24 off 17. 41 on the board already. You're not even started your lunch and there's 41 runs on the board.
better line and length there from Grace Ballinger, fielded by Lucy Hyam at extra cover for a dot ball. Be important for the Blaze to pick up the energy here. You have to create pressure as a fielding unit to back up your bowlers, and when there's an opening partnership batting like this, you just need a bit of great fielding or potentially even a bit of luck to go your way. So Grace Ballinger's coming in. The Stuart Ward end.
Shot.
And Sarah has picked the gap yet again at extra cover, and that will be another 4 runs added to the total.
Yeah, that was a beautiful stroke, and with that boundary she matches the half dozen she got in the 99. She really does look in fine form. It's the first time I've seen her live, actually. Been very, very impressive. Strikes the ball so cleanly, clearly full of confidence.
Yeah, you can just see it oozing off of her. I think a lot of opening batters would probably be quite tentative to play outside off early on in their innings, but as we said earlier, you can see someone is in form when they're just backing themselves to do that, and not only middling the ball but picking the gap pretty much every time as well. So Grace Ballinger's back in, and that's just defended on the offside for a dot ball. That is the end of the 5th over. Thunder at 45 without loss.
Absolute flyer. Steady 7s. Even I can do that math. Don't worry, Beth. I'll let you have some food. I'll waffle for a minute or two if you want to.
Thanks.
Take some time to eat. I'll give you some dignity and turn your microphone off. There's the Manhattan graph. You can see that fast start for Thunder up against that of the Blaze. The Blaze went about okay. Tammy Beaumont was flying at the start, but there's the run rate. The run rate required was only 3.5 and over. We're going to see a change of bowling. Sophie Monroe is going to go into the attack, come into the attack, I think it's probably a better phrase for it. Sam, she is making her 50th appearance for the Blaze today. Sophie Monroe, 3 for 28 in that victory up at Scarborough. A couple of wickets in the first game of the season against Central Sparks as well. Can she make the breakthrough that the Blaze so desperately need? There is a slip in place. Lamb waits, gets in behind it solidly, and Sarah Glenn comes around to do the fielding. Wonder if we might see a double change as well. Kirsty Gordon, the skipper, just going through her action. Might see her introduced. Perhaps she and Sarah Glenn can do a similar job. Driven straight to mid on no run to that of Eccleston and Jones, the 2 spinners for Thunder, and Fee Morris, who actually bowled a really tidy 4-over spell, just went for 5 runs. Picked up a wicket with probably the worst ball of the lot. That's the way bowling goes sometimes. Lifted up and over by Emma Lamb. It was a full toss. It's going to race away towards the mid-on boundary. Absolutely no chance for anyone there. Thunder move on to 49 without loss. Lamb in behind that one nicely. Theresa Graves at mid-on. She's made a nice start actually earlier on, and Mahika Gore got that one to nip back at her, as she does. Picked up the wicket.
Back.
You're back. Was it good?
Delicious. Well bowled from Sophie Monroe there. Just a much tighter line that we're seeing from her. Obviously swayed a bit with that full toss delivery that got put away, but better there. That food was lovely actually.
And the best news is you've still got one left.
I know.
It's a quick single, a risky single too, I think.
Sarah Glenn in there. Direct hit would have asked some questions, but it wasn't meant to be. That is the 50 partnership. Already coming in just 6 overs for Emma Lamb and Sarah Smale. And you're right, we are seeing a bowling change from the Stuart Broad end. It's captain Kirsty Gordon comes on.
It's lovely to be right once in a while. Doesn't happen very often. Just sometimes I get one right.
Yeah, always a good feeling.
Brilliant cricketer, Kirsty Gordon. She was away, actually, her and Sophie Munro were on that A tour together, weren't they,
They were,
over
yeah.
the winter?
I think Kirsty was captain. I could be wrong, but I think she was. We're seeing a slip in place. Got a 45 in. A ring field, and we've got a square leg in front on the boundary. Strong appeal there from Kirsty Gordon. Chris Watts unmoved. Be quite a singular appeal there. No one else really went up.
Well, technically the bowler and the captain did.
True. Kirsty Gordon appeals again. No movement again from the umpire. That one did look a little bit more convincing.
From here it looked a bit better, but she didn't. Kirsty Gordon wasn't quite as convincing as the previous one. Still no real joy from the wicketkeeper though. It was,
No.
again, quite solitary as an appeal.
It's a great start from Kirsty Gordon here. 3 dot balls in a row. Looking to capitalise on this, try and find a way through here. It's a shorter pitch delivery. And Emma Lamb threaded that through between cover and point, and Sophie Munro gives chase. And they've come back for 3 runs.
Yeah, well run, well placed.
Just picking up on any little bit of width they've got. They've done that really well so far. So deep cover goes out with 2 balls left of the over. And that's a beautiful delivery from Kirsty Gordon there. Quick hands from Ella Claridge behind the stumps. A little shimmy down the ground from Sarah Smale there, but did not quite connect with that. It's a dot ball to Nadine de Klerk at mid-wicket. End of the over, thunder at 53 for no loss of 7. Just the 3 runs coming from that. Over from Kirsty Gordon. Promising start from her.
Okay, good from her. Sophie Munro gonna continue. I read an interview she did that the winter that said she tried a few technical adjustments. Chris Liddell, women's performance bowling coach, and Matt Mason gave her a few things to try at Loughborough before those tours. I wondered if you'd noticed any different or if she's spoken about any of those.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like she... I'm not a bowler, so I don't really know. She comes in, dot ball, played onto the offside. I think she's a lot more upright. I think she fell over quite a lot, if I remember correctly. She's a lot more upright, which I think allows her to generate a lot more pace, and probably better for her body as well. I think her body will be more thankful for that in a few years' time. She just looks like she's got a lot more rhythm with her bowling now, which is really good to see. That's a full toss. It's a no ball, crowd does go up, but it is a no ball, so it will be a free hit.
Now that is the opposite of what we talked about earlier, when you say something and it happens nicely.
Yeah.
Less rhythmical, that.
Yeah.
I did wonder for a second if it might have been worth a try at the stumps
Yeah.
by Teresa Graves.
Smale did leave the crease.
And then wasn't in a massive rush to get back. She was almost ball watching.
So we'll be seeing another free hit in this next delivery.
So it's been a rapid start from the Thunder, and they batted beautifully. But I suppose, well, almost certainly, if not certainly, in the back of their minds, I'll come back to it.
That free hit has been middled out to deep mid wicket. 4 runs for Emma Lamb. Well picked up that short ball. Moves Thunder on to 58.
So you get 4 points for a win. You get 5 points if you win, having achieved a run rate of something like it's 1.25 times your opponents.
I think so. Yeah.
I'm not going to try and do the math. Well, I can comfortably say that if they keep going at this rate, they will have done that.
Yes.
But there'll basically be a point, which the scorers will know. Sadly, they're not next door. I'll try and find it out. But there'll be a point in this innings that if the Thunder win before that point, they get 5, and if they don't win after that, they get 4.
Much better delivery there from Sophie Monroe. Better line of length, not giving Emma Lamb any width.
.117 they need for victory.
Emma Lamb just drilled that back. Didn't look too far away from Sophie Monroe there, but fielded nicely by Kirsty Gordon at mid-off.
If you want a nice little illustration of how far ahead of the game the Thunder are, I'm just looking across, and the Duckworth-Lewis pass score, it gives us ball by ball.
Yeah.
Now on that scoreboard. Now, if it were to rain, and if it's always not going to rain,
Looks unlikely.
does look unlikely.
Good delivery there by Sophie Monroe.
But if it were to rain and they will have to rush off, the score that Thunder need to be on right now, having not lost any wicket, is 13. And they are 58 without a loss after 8. So they are well ahead of the game here.
They are, yeah.
How much does that bonus point come into conversation when you're chasing? Is it only if you get nearer?
Hasn't this year. Last year, yeah, I think last year, I think it was against Thunder again actually, that we needed to win off bonus point, and we were batting, and a kind of message needed to go out as Kirsty comes in, and Smell just works out onto the leg side, fielded by Marie Kelly out on the deep square boundary. And our coach said it was earlier than what it needed to be. So we were all kind of stressed because we didn't think we did it in time, but we did, so it's fine. But yeah, it does come into play. It's Kirsty Gordon in, Emma Lamb shimmies down the wicket, defends nicely for a dot ball.
And was that a psychological masterclass from your coach, or was it just an error?
No, it was. He did it on purpose.
Oh, good. Good to know that.
Yeah.
Cut away just for a single. These things do happen, though. There are people get these things wrong. I remember reading Stuart Broad's autobiography, and in the early days of T20, England, what did they do? They had 2 close in domestic T20. England men, you had to have 2 close catches for the power play, and they didn't bother to check if that was the case for international cricket. And it was only about a year into it, and another team didn't do it, And they argued that they realised that as Smell is down the wicket, picks up just a single, further out deep cover, and they were told by the ICC that there was no requirement in international cricket.
Oh, right.
At which point England, I think, went very quiet and embarrassed and thought, well, we won't mention that again. Stuart Broad stuck it in his book. So coaches do get stuff wrong. You do hear those stories, particularly when it comes to run rates and Duckworth-Lewis. Big shot from Lamb, uses her feet beautifully. It plonks in the ground, so it holds up a little bit, but it is going to race away for 4. So she moves on to 32. She overtakes Smale, actually, with that scoring stroke, 65 without loss.
Yeah, as we've mentioned previously on in the Thunder's bowling innings, if you let a good player like Eccleston and Hannah Jones, and likewise Kirsty Gordon, if you allow them to bowl in the areas they want to bowl, they become very hard to play. As Emma Lamb just blocks that one into the offside for a dot ball. Yeah, if you allow them to find their rhythm and their spell, it becomes very hard to get them away. So it's likely to why we've seen a bit of movement from Thunder's opening pair here. They're ticking along very nicely. Thunder are a 65 for no loss off 9 overs. And as we can see in the scoreboard ahead of us, current run rate is just over 7s and they require 2.6. So
there's a bit of the margin, the gap's too big there, isn't it? For the Blaze. Not if you're a Thunder fan, the gap is perfect. Yeah, it could be that the late sitting for the food festival is not really a sitting, is it? But they might not have any cricket to watch.
Yeah, and there is a lot of people out there now.
They're seeing some excellent batting. Now, Claire Jenkins, who is a fellow commentator, brilliant one too, is tweeted or X'd. I don't know what you should say. Tweeted.
Yeah.
She thinks it's the 40 over point for the bonus point.
Right. Okay.
So they don't have to worry about it just yet. The Thunder.
I don't think they'll be worrying about it at all. Safe Monroe in. Smale works out for the leg side. Take a single. Yeah, I don't think that'll be in their minds. If we think anything alike, they'll be thinking how lovely it is to bat out there and how well they're going, and probably just want to stay out in the middle at the moment.
You don't think Chris Reed's pacing around right now on that
Absolutely not.
Thunder, no.
So that one's in. Safe Monroe, a little bit of bounce off the pitch there. Worked into the in the offside by Emma Lamb for no run.
You'd imagine there'll be quite relaxed conversations between Lamb and Smale in between overs at the moment.
Yeah, they don't strike me as people that get too worried about things. And that was excellently bowled from Safe Monroe. Just missing the outside edge there. But that's really encouraging signs, and that'll be what the Blaze want to see a bit more of.
Yeah, that was a beauty. Best ball of the innings so far, I think. Maybe up there with the Ballinger one that struck the pad. It looked like for a second it might have been an outside edge.
Safe Monroe into bowl. Worked onto the leg side, but Sarah Glenn in nice and quickly there, so no run. The sun is beaming down on Trent Bridge today.
I'm glad I got my run in early. I wouldn't have fancied it late afternoon. Too hot for me.
19 degrees, too hot.
For me. Me and the sun stay away from each other. Lovely shot there from Emma Lamb. Back of a length. I don't think she's going to get a boundary. There's a couple of balls now that have just stuck in the pitch. And Teresa Graves gives chase. They come back for free.
Yeah, just a couple of the balls have looked to plug.
That's the word.
But Thunder have been very good running between the wickets. Picked up a few threes now, so. Safe Monroe into bowl, the final ball of her third over. just worked into the offside by Sarah Smale, fielded by Lucy Hyam at cover, and it's a dot ball. 10 overs gone then, and Thunder are 69 for no loss. I think we'll see continued use of Kirsty Gordon.
Yeah, we're out of the power play, so the field can spread a little bit. It probably needs to. Difficult balance because they need to take wickets if they have any chance, the Blaze. If they just throw everyone back and allow easy ones and twos, it's just going to be a slow death by 1,000 cuts. I think you've got to be aggressive here, and I like the fact Kirsty Gordon's retained the slip.
Yeah, definitely. I think, said in the previous over, they need to Kirsty Gordon in, just blocked, fielded by Nadine de Klerk at a fairly straight mid-wicket there. You want to put a bowler off their rhythm, but I also don't think Kirsty will mind them trying to do that. That could bring about a few opportunities. She's in to bowl again. So a quicker ball, fielded by Sophie Monroe at point, dot ball.
And you just never know. We've all played in games or been at games at whatever level, from club, juniors, professional for you, where weird things have happened. A side has seemingly been cruising to victory as the fielder goes out into the deep on the offside.
Good link for dot balls from Kirsty Gordon here. Be looking to join those dots up a bit more to get a bit of pressure on the batters. That's nicely driven by Emma Lamb out to that cover boundary fielder. They're through for a single.
Bit of luck. A little bit of luck there. If that had gone where Taryn Smale was intending, we may well have needed the new ball.
Yeah, I think that's what I was referring to though, with them being a bit more attackive, trying to get Kirsty Gordon off her mark there. We've, somewhat brought about an opportunity, albeit it's not gone to hand or anywhere near hand, but it's encouraging to see. So that one's just worked into the leg side, fielded by Grace Ballinger on the 45 for a dot ball.
Yeah, decent over that from Kirsty Gordon, just free from it, and you're spot on because it hasn't gone to hand, but that's purely by luck. It could very easily. She's in no control of that one, Seren Smale, and she's been in control of most of the shots she's played today. So she's earned herself a little bit of a licence, a bit of leeway. 72 without loss, just 103 needed to win. In theory, 234 balls remaining. We're not going to need them. Either way, we're not going to need them. But desperately in need of a wicket, the Blaze. Well, just one's a start, but need a flurry, really. Going to put them under any pressure.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing Kirsty and Sophie having a little chat here. I wouldn't be surprised if Sophie reverts to a few variations, just to try and change it up a little bit, not allow the batters to get used to it.
That looked like pace off to me.
Yeah, just a leg by, onto the leg side, through for one run.
What's she got in her armoury? Rolls the fingers across one back of the hand.
She's got a good back of the hand.
Hard to pick.
Yeah, I'd say so. We just see cover going out now. Yeah, she's been really successful at getting wickets at the back end using her variations. So again, nicely bowled there from Sophie Monroe. Just a dot ball.
Still plenty of energy out there, the Blaze.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think it's times like this where you need your big characters like your Kirsty and like your Tammy to step up and rally the troops, just to inject a bit of energy. It's always tough when a opening partnership get off to a really good start, so
Driven, beats the fielder at extra cover, but straight to Kirsty Gordon. So they don't get a run. Remains 73 without loss. This is the only Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy game of the bank holiday Monday. I just see Sarah Glenn starting to go through her warm-ups. I wonder when we might see a little bit of her leg spin. I reckon quite soon. Got to try something, a little bit of magic from the leg spinner. She's capable. More than capable. Pace off, swing and a miss. That's exactly what Beth Harmer was talking about.
Yeah, a very good change up from Sophie there. I think as a batter you probably don't expect to see it with only 11 overs gone, but it's a good change up from Sophie, a good option. Yeah, I'm sure our bowlers will be going to a few change ups to try and just break this partnership.
And that is wholly necessary. Another 10 overs of this partnership in this game will be done. Short and pulled by Seren Smale, but just a single. Fielder out at deep square leg, does the fielding and picks it up. Is that Nadine de Klerk out there?
It is, yeah.
She's a long,
very
long
good
way
fielder.
away.
Yeah, it's a bit of a way from here, isn't it?
It is, it is. I mean, that stand where the patrons of the food festival are miles away from cricket. You could have a couple of games on.
Safe Monroe in, another slower ball, but that one's picked up by Emma Lamb beautifully and played to deep mid wicket for 4 runs. Yeah,
she did well there, Lamb, didn't she? She just waited, picked up the fact it was a slow one. She picked up the length very quickly, and then she picked up the fact it was a slower one. Just waited, and then once she'd waited, it was there to be hit. A little bit of scrambling across the covers from Nadine de Klerk, who had to come around a long way actually from deep square leg to go and get that one. That's a couple of laps. I love cricket fields like this that are just completely odd shapes. This Trent Bridge ground, so much history to it. It's got one of very few modern sporting stadiums that is capable of being like modern and nice, but retaining its character and its history.
Definitely, yeah.
Particularly in football grounds, there's too many soulless bowls. So it's going to be Kirsty Gordon continue with her left arm spin. I wonder if we might see Sarah Glenn, the leg spinner from the Radcliffe Road end, big boundary towards the leg side. It'll be tempting for Smale and Lamb, but it'll have to be quite a blow anyway. We'll find that out in about 5 minutes because Kirsty Gordon's continuing from the Stuart Broad end. Long on is out, deep mid wicket is out. Fired into the pads.
Just in Tammy Beaumont moved from slip to a silly mid-on. Behind that is Kirsty Gordon will be changing up her pace a bit in the hopes that Seren will be a bit early on it, maybe chip one up to Tammy. That's excellently bowled again. Smart thinking from Ella Claridge there, but just evades the stump.
I thought you were going to say we've seen Tammy Beaumont going for a warm-up for a bowl. So that would be an unexpected mood.
What should bowl?
Fired in again, tries to turn it into the leg side, but there'll be no run. Claridge is around smartly. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen her bowl. Not even in the net, so you know it doesn't bowl. But she's not around that much.
She just bowls licorice all sorts in the nets if she does. But she's not around much. Kirsty Gordon in. As Smale comes down but doesn't get a hold of that. Just plays it to Bethingham at extra cover for a dot ball.
Fascinating contest this between these two. Gordon's not afraid to give it a little bit of flight, inviting Smale to try and hit one hard and high. Fizzes that one in. Smale just pick up a single out towards the long boundary up on the offside where Lucy Hyam does the fielding. Tammy Beaumont still in the eye line of Emma Lamb.
Well defended by Emma Lamb. that concludes 13th over. So 13 overs gone, and Thunder 79 for no loss.
Yeah, Blaze have stemmed the run rate a little bit. It was looking particularly unhealthy a couple of overs ago. It's now down to just over 6s. It's still too high if they're to record an unlikely victory. But it's been a little bit better, a little bit more control for the last couple of overs, and we are going to see a change of bowling at the Redcliffe Road end. So Sophie Munro is coming out of the attack, and the leg spinner Sarah Glenn is coming into the attack. She had a funny whole time of it over the winter, didn't she?
Yeah.
Injured, then concussion, and heavily in that ODI. That wasn't the ODI, it was a T20 series, wasn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
And Nelson got up and bowled another over. I remember watching it, and then left the field, and then a day later she'd had to leave the tour. Anyway, she's played a couple of games already this season in the Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet. Now will be the perfect time.
It would be, yeah. She's a really good player to have around the team. A lot of people learn a lot of her, but she's also a great girl as well. So hopefully she can put her stamp on this and penetrate this Thunder opening partnership. She's in first ball, patted back for a dot ball. Just noticed Nadine is doing boundary to boundary, so she's getting her steps in today.
A lot of steps that is as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Sarah Glenn in again. Oh, and that's a misfield at mid wicket there. I think it's Bethingham, and that is going to go for 4 runs.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit frustrating for Sarah Glenn, because she'd done her part. She'd cramped, well, she'd thrown it in a little bit sharper, I think, and had cramped Smale for room.
Yeah.
Hadn't been able to get it away, and just not quite getting down there. Gammon.
Yeah. Sarah's a bowler. She looks like it's coming short, but it skids on quite nicely, so much better length there. Nice and up there. Dot ball. So when you think it's going to be short, it comes on a bit quicker than what you think it is.
Done you in the nets a few times.
Yeah, it has, yeah. She's in, and it's worked nicely onto the leg side. Gammon picks it up, and the batter's through for 1 run.
Just capable of that bit of magic, though, Sarah Glenn, as leg spinners often tend to be. They're a precious commodity, not an easy skill at all. Lamb just turns it into the leg side, just 1 this time. Grace Ballinger doing the fielding.
Yeah, it just looks very easy for them out there at the moment. Like I say, it's that balance of potentially bringing more fielders in and trying to be more aggressive, but also knowing that if that does get through the gap, then it's going to be a bit costly. So Kirsty Gordon will be weighing that up. Sarah Glenn's in. Smale comes down the track and doesn't get a hold of it. Back to her. So 6 runs coming from that over. Thunder 85 for no loss of 14 overs.
Yeah, all a little bit too easy for the Thunder, who at the moment are set for a fairly comfortable coach ride home a little bit later on today. They've come here and had pretty much the perfect, what are we on, 60 odd overs now in this entire game? Yeah, 47.5 in the first innings. It's gone pretty much perfectly for them. There was a little period in the Blaze innings where you wondered if there might be a little bit of a rebuild and a challenging total set. 175 felt under par. It certainly isn't seeming to be providing much of a challenge to the Thunder right now. Things can change though. Things do change. Kirsty Gordon and Tammy Beaumont just having a quick chat. It's about where they want Tammy to go and where mid-on is going to go. I think they're hoping Emma Lamb is just going to put one in the air. Mid-on is about 10 yards outside the circle, not all the way back. Emma Lamb down the track, into the ground, back to Kirsty Gordon.
Crowd catch. Yeah, Sarah Glenn is just kind of placed in kind of no man's land out there, with the hope that Emma Lamb might chip one up.
Tammy having to keep her balance there to avoid falling onto the danger zone, where no doubt Chris Watts would have been keeping a watchful eye.
Used to be a gymnast, Tammy did.
Did she?
Yeah. So Kirsty Gordon's in. That ball has gone aerial, but it'll... Ooh, Marie has slipped over. She's got up quickly, so that's good. 2 runs to Emma Lamb there.
So easy watching on. Everyone else apart from the fielder in that situation always knows to watch for the spin.
Yeah.
But no matter how many times you do it, no matter how many times you watch other people do it.
A quicker one in there from Kirsty Gordon. Sarah Smell a bit slow off the mark there, but makes it in comfortably to get through for a single.
I know you love it in the covers and in mid-wicket, but are you ever out on the boundary as well?
Not really, no. Kind of known for just diving about everywhere in the ring. So that one's just put back onto the leg side from Sarah Smale for no run.
So you tubey grips all over you when you go out?
Long sleeve.
Long sleeve,
yeah.
right.
Yeah. There's people, a lot more outer ring fielders than me, so...
Down the track, Smale, but just about got her back down on it. She's frustrated, I think she should have got it away.
It's encouraging signs there from Kirsty Gordon and team. I think Sarah wanted to probably get that away, but miscued it and, well, hit it straight to Tammy, but a dot ball nonetheless. See Sarah Glenn coming back on from the Ratcliffe Road end.
Need a wicket here, desperately. Do the Blaze, 88 without loss. Just over halfway there. Double this up, takes them to 176, which would be very much a winning score. 15 overs gone, still 35 remaining in the innings, no chance of rain. He says, famous last words. Slip is still in, got to try and take wickets, Blaze. Good take down the leg side by Claridge, but it is a wide. First slip, Tammy Beaumont is signalling at someone. I think she's given up with her attempt. So that's cut straight to point. She was trying to tell someone something, I just don't know what it is, which I realise is not particularly insightful as a thing to say. Beautifully bowled, that's chipped in the air, and it is out. Exactly as you said, Beth Harmer, just trying to tempt them into something a tad silly. Emma Lamb has to go for 44. She has chipped it straight to mid-on, where Teresa Graves has taken the catch. Sarah Glenn has the first wicket. Thunder 89 for 1.
Yeah, I was just about to say that Teresa was kind of placed in no man's land, as was Sarah Glenn in the previous over, just to entice them into trying to hit over the top, and with the hopes that either they weren't going to get a hold of it or they're going to miss-hit it, and that's exactly what happened there. Well taken by Teresa Graves. And yeah, Emma Lamb is removed. Players will look to capitalise on bowling at the new batter now and not allow them to have an easy start. And that new batter is Katie Mack in at number 3. Yeah, the Blaze will just really look to put pressure on now, not make it easy.
Yeah, she's in decent form this summer so far, Katie Mack. She opened in the first game, made 19, 100 batting at 3 against Sunrisers, 28 and 37. So she's made a start in every single game. She's turned 1 into 100. She is a fine, fine player. A couple of list A centuries already this year, 140 not out over in Australia against Victoria back in January. So she's having a good year. She's come out to bat at a decent time as well as a number 3. Sometimes you come in some very tricky moments. This one is one of the lesser pressurised situations for her. Still, runs have got to be scored. Glenn and Gordon come together for a conversation. Tammy Beaumont goes a little bit wider at slip. Teresa Graves is back up at an orthodox mid-on.
Katie Mack just rocks back on the back foot comfortably and plays it into the leg side where Nadine de Klerk picks up. As field goes back out, Lucy Heyhoe back out onto that cover boundary, and Teresa Graves just takes a few paces back outside of the ring there at mid-on. Sarah Glenn in, slightly shorter delivery. Sarah Smell just plays that into Lucy Heyhoe on the deep cover boundary for 1 run. Said about just applying that pressure. So Lucy Heyhoe does come up into the ring. Marie Kelly there, extra covers in fairly close. Good take as well by Ella Claridge down the leg side.
Yeah, she looks a decent keeper, Ella Claridge.
Yeah,
Couple
no,
down
she
the leg
is.
side.
Yeah, I've played with her when we were Lightning. We were in the Loughborough Sparks Academy together. So it's really nice to see her getting an opportunity with the gloves this year. And that's bold! Sarah Glenn, straight through there, through Katie Mack's defences. And that's exactly what the Blaze will need. 2 consecutively quick wickets there. Excellent bowling there from Sarah Glenn.
Yeah, I'm not sure she didn't quite pick up the length of it. We'll have another look at it. It's a beauty from Sarah Glenn. Katie Mack just not quite sure whether to go back or forward, got stuck, it turned, it pitched on middle, hit the top of off stump, the perfect delivery for a leg spinner, and funny things do happen.
They do happen, yeah.
They do happen, Beth. This hasn't been funny in the ha-ha sense, but it's been a great over from the Blaze. Couple of wickets and a little bit of pressure now for Fee Morris when she wanders out to the middle.
Yeah, definitely. I think Sarah Glenn's just managed to find a bit of a way through the bat and pad there, so excellent bowling from her. But yeah, like we said, you just need to keep applying that pressure. Cover came up there, so it's definitely something Blaze will continue to do. As Sarah Glenn has 1 ball left in the over, so Fee Morris will be facing that one. But some chats going on with Kirsty Gordon and Sarah Glenn. Likely to be thinking how do they contain whilst wanting to still be bowling at Fee Morris, as she is the new batter in. As we can see, Lucy Heyhoe is going out to that cover region, so in the hopes that Fee Morris will potentially get a single or even better another wicket. Sarah Glenn in to bowl and played back to her for a dot ball.
For me, they've got to keep pushing. At the moment, you've got to keep applying pressure through trying to take wickets. There might come a point, and it'll be a luxury for the Blaze to have, where they have to think about preventing the flow of runs. But we could still yet have a game on. 92 for 2, 16 overs gone. Sam Dalling alongside Beth Harmer on the Blaze live stream. We've got the best view in the house. We're very lucky to be, even though we're working on a bank holiday Monday, I don't think either of us would be anywhere rather than here, although you probably quite like to be out there.
I'd like to be playing, yeah.
But as a secondary prize, the best view in the house.
Definitely.
Kirsty Gordon continued from the Stuart Broad end. Sarah Glenn is in that mid-on position, halfway back as Smale drives it straight. 2 mid-off for no run. Just a couple of spinners on now. Try and get through those overs quickly, just apply a bit of pressure. Tammy Beaumont still in the line of sight. Drop and run from Smale. That's good from her. She's got to be sensible now, Smale, hasn't she? She played a couple of more expansive shots. She'd earned the licence to do that, to take a couple of risks. But now, having lost 2 wickets, she's just got to basically stay there.
Yeah, I think, like I said earlier, I don't think the mindset would change too much, and the fact that being out in the middle is better than being back in the dressing room. So cover up, putting pressure on Fee Morris here. She faces Kirsty Gordon. Prodded back for a dot ball. Gordon in again.
Ooh.
Bit of purchase off the pitch there, a little bit of bounce.
Did that hit the very handle of the bat? I think it might have
Yeah.
done, you know. As in, the very top of the handle, almost the circle. I thought it was going to pop up to slip for a second from this angle.
Kirsty Gordon in. Quicker delivery. Fielded by Beckengammon there, but they do sneak through for a single. Good running between the wickets.
Smale slowed down a little bit. She got off to an absolute flyer. Still got 42 or 48. Straight to Tammy Beaumont, who's fielding it and throwing it back. A cry of yes, Tammy from the fielder at cover. Over. Done. And the end of the over is what I meant to say. 94 for 2. 17 gone. That required rate still only 2.45, so not a huge ask from here. 81 runs. It's wickets that the Blaze need. They've got a couple in the last over from Sarah Glenn. A couple more would come in quite handy here, Beth.
Yeah, it would. I think that mindset I was talking about earlier, taking those wickets and being the one, often one brings another one, so it's what we've seen so far as Fee Morris defends that back to the bowler. But yeah, you can already hear the spirits are a lot higher than probably what they were a few overs ago. Just would be thinking to keep applying that pressure. Sarah Glenn is into bowl again, a fuller delivery, but that's worked out to the square leg. Nadine de Klerk doing a little bit of work out there, but it will just be the one run.
Sarah Glenn in the England squad for both the T20 and the ODI series with Pakistan that starts on Saturday. They're playing today. I'm not sure if they're available on Wednesday or not. We'll find out on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Smale just works out into the leg side and chases on. Be a comfortable 2 runs added to the total.
Tammy's in the ODI squad only, and it's T20s first, isn't it? So I
It
think
is,
Tammy
yeah.
will be available for the rest
Let's hope
of
so.
these games. Looked in good nick today.
Yeah. Rocks on the back foot there, does Smale. Works it out to Lucy Hyam on the cover boundary for 1 run.
Just inching towards that 100. Slowed down a little bit, Thunder, in recent overs. Glenn and Kirsty Gordon have stemmed the flow a bit.
Good bowling from Sarah Glenn there. Fee Morris looked to go on the back foot. Got a little bit stuck, but blended it nicely. Top ball. Final ball of this over then.
Shot.
Struck firmly down the ground. Teresa Graves put in a dive, but unfortunately couldn't not get a hand to it. That brings 4 for Morris and the 100 up for Thunder.
Yeah, nice little release shot as well. Pressure on a little bit in the over, just 4 off of it. Sarah Glenn and Kirsty Gordon bowling well. Much needed. Well, I say much needed. A needed boundary. Fee Morris will feel a little bit better about life. It was a lovely little shot. Sadly, Sarah Glenn will feel a little bit worse out of life. She's bowled a good over there and it's gone for 8. 100 up. 102 for 2. 73 needed for a Thunder victory. Is it going to be Kirsty Gordon still? Yeah.
It is, yeah. I think she's just run down underneath us to get that ball from the previous over.
Captain's work is never done.
No.
She was a club captain. She'd have to put the ring circles out and all kinds of stuff
Yeah,
as well.
that's very true.
There and Tammy still in conversation. It's the little ones that's chipped up into the leg side they're looking for, isn't it? The mistimed big shot. Pointing towards cover as well, so maybe another fielder coming in there. Yeah, it's Tammy Beaumont that's going to come across from that silly mid-on. So an extra cover and a cover, I think. Quite a straight mid-wicket as well as a mid-on. Plenty of fielders in Seren Smail's eye line.
Defended nicely, back to Kirsty Gordon there. I think it'd just be a case of trying to stop off that single that she finds so comfortably through that gap. That's another one picked up, out to Marie Kelly on the leg side boundary. Through for a single. Cover comes back up into the ring. Sarah Glenn just takes a few steps back outside of the ring there. It's well bowled by Kirsty Gordon.
And well left as well.
Yeah.
Very well judged. It wasn't that far away, that, Fee Morris. That's why you take a guard.
Well bowled again from Kirsty Gordon there. Played with soft hands from Fee Morris.
She's so consistent, Kirsty Gordon, isn't she? You rarely get a bad delivery from her. Trying to use her feet there, Fee Morris, but Smail was keen. Morris said no. I think probably was a good decision.
Yeah, I think there's one person who I wouldn't risk running to, and that would be Nadine de Klerk.
Driven straight, got a hand on it and needed to, I think, Kirsty Gordon, because I think that would have raced away for 4.
Yeah, good fielding by her. Brings up the end of the over. 19 overs gone, Thunder 103 for 2. I think that one might have hurt Kirsty a little bit.
Yeah, it was hit firmly. Hopefully that hand of hers is okay. Is it the hand she's holding, or has she gone down on her shoulder? I can't quite see from here.
Hand, I believe.
It was struck firmly, but she saved 4 runs.
Yeah. Good bit of fielding off her own bowling. We'll see a bowling change at the Radcliffe Road end. Lucy Heyhoe will be coming on to bowl. It's nice seeing her back in the squad after facing multiple injuries this winter. It's really good to see her out there in the middle.
Yeah, was it a tendon injury in her foot that was causing her a little bit of jip to start with?
Yeah.
She's been around this setup for a long time, hasn't she, from back in the KSL days?
Yeah. She's not had the best of luck with her injuries, but she's still here. She's bowled well last week, so she'll be looking to try and pick up a few wickets here today.
Well, she's got a 5 for on this ground.
She has,
last year against Central Sparks. See what her off-spin can bring. It brings at least 1 for Seren Smail, and just 1. Good bit of work out on the boundary by Marie Kelly, because that was well struck and it's the shorter side of the ground. Nadine de Klerk is now the sole fielder outside the ring on the leg side. Square leg comes up, bit of pressure on Morris, who's got 6 off 12. Goes down the ground, hits it straight at Teresa Graves, who juggles it and manages to hold on at the second attempt. She almost fudged that one, Teresa Graves. She got herself in a good position. Luckily, she palmed it up and was able to gather the rebound. Heyhoe strikes, a wicket comes with the change of bowling. Suddenly Thunder 104 for 3.
Yeah, that was well struck there by Fee Morris. Bit of a release shot, but we've seen them many times today get over the inner ring field and drop sometimes. So really good catch there from Teresa. Always hard when it comes at you quite quickly, but really good bit of fielding to get it on the second chance. And again, a great little wicket there for the Blaze. Good little start from Lucy Heyhoe.
Yeah, it might have struck the end of one of the fingers. She'd almost run past it. I think the bat just turned in the hands there, which is why she didn't quite get hold of the stroke. Here's skipper Ellie Frelkeld out there to join Seren Smail. Fee Morris has just fallen. Yeah, the bat kind of turned in her hand. She was trying to go over the top, and Teresa Graves almost ran past it, but managed to flick it back into her path. It was a really good bit of work. It's quite a key position actually mid-on in the modern game. Taking a couple of catches already just to give her side half a chance. 71 runs, it doesn't sound like a lot, but there'll just be a little bit more chat out there, a bit more buzz from the Blaze fielders.
Yeah, definitely. I think we saw, as you said, it's just Nadine de Klerk out on the leg side boundary. So Blaze are having a real key focus on applying that pressure within the ring and almost saying to the batters, you need to get it through if you're going to score any runs. And as we've just seen, that has brought a wicket. So Lucy Heyhoe into bowl again. It's played nicely by Ellie Threlkeld for a dot ball.
Best of 32 so far this summer, Threlkeld. 26 not out against Sunrisers as well. It's a couple of starts for her. That's the ball, the one that's floated up. That's what's undone a number of batters today. Spinners just tempting batters into trying to go over the top, and batters not quite getting hold of it.
It's really good pressure here from the Blaze. Series of dots have come as we see cover out for the final ball of the over. Not minding giving Ellie Threlkeld the single to get her back on strike at the other end. It's worked into the leg side, straight to Sophie Monroe at square leg in the ring. Be a dot ball. Good over from Lucy Heyhoe, only going for the one run and picking up a wicket off her first over as well. So Thunder 104 for 3 of 20 overs.
Yeah, let's have a look at that Manhattan graph. There's that couple of wickets you can see just a couple of overs ago that really changed the course of this game. But that blue, which is the Thunder's batting, they had a really strong start early. 5 overs in, they were scoring freely, but you can see it's just going down nicely in the Blaze's favour. A couple more wickets and this will be relatively even.
Yeah, for sure. I spoke earlier, the Thunder have some great depth of in their batting lineup. So yeah, a few more wickets will really apply the pressure. Sarah Glenn has changed ends, and Seren Smell works that into cover for a single.
I'm excited now. I think there's going to be a game on here. I think we're going to see a thriller. Not telling you who's going to win it yet. Can't tell you that. Spinners have been massive in this game so far. We saw it earlier before lunch, which we still haven't finished yet actually.
No.
So in some ways it is still before lunch. Well, maybe it's during lunch. Anyway, we saw Sophie Eccleston, Hannah Jones and Fee Morris pick up 5 wickets between them. 23 overs they bowled. Conceded just over 70 runs. I couldn't do the maths quickly enough in my head.
Sarah Glenn in, bowling at Ellie Threlkeld. Favours the sweep shot versus spin. Sarah Glenn is fairly hard to go across the line against because she is so skiddy. Rock back nicely on the back foot there, but straight to Sophie Monroe, backward point.
Ellie played a lot of football as well, same as you.
Yeah, I think so. She played higher standard than me though, for longer as well. Worked nicely, straight to Nadine de Klerk at mid-wicket.
Is that one that went the other way from Glenn? Or did it just slide on?
I can't see from here. Again, well bowled from Sarah Glenn. Looking to link these dots up, apply pressure on the batter coming in. Ellie Threlkeld yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Heyhoe just sent out, so they're happy to give Threlkeld a single. Oh, which she tries to take and could have chopped on, and that was a close one. So yeah, Rachael not off the mark off 9 balls, and while there isn't really pressure in the sense there is a lot of time, as a batter, if you're yet to get off the mark of 9 balls, I suspect the fielding team are reminding you gently of that fact. So it just builds a little bit of pressure. There's that run rate. We can see the rapid start that the Thunder got off to, but it's almost down with the Blaze, who were actually pretty steady throughout their innings after the first 5 overs. There was one big over that Tammy Beaumont picked up a couple of boundaries, but they were pretty steady all the way through. It's just it wasn't quite high enough, and they were losing wickets too regularly. Other than that, it was fine. Heyhoe continues.
Worked nicely into the leg side there from Sarah. Bit of turn on offer we've seen there.
There's something in this pitch for the bowlers, isn't there? If you bowl well, put it in good areas. It's a lovely day for batting. It's a tricky pitch to bat on at times.
Good fielding off her own bowling there from Lucy Heyhoe. Just applying that pressure back onto Ellie Threlkeld.
Maybe a bit of inside edge, perhaps doing a little bit too much. She wasn't quite sure again if she wanted to go back or forward there for Rachael. She'd lunged forward, then tried to get back, ended up in the middle of nowhere, trying to turn it into the leg side. What a fine sight that is. Trent Bridge looking resplendent. The players in that pavilion. And you could just see down on the right there as Rachael is again defending. Now faced a dozen balls without scoring.
Yeah, I think you can hear the noises chirped up a bit in that ring.
Gets away with that one. Or does she? Dean de Klerk with a misfield. Never run on a misfield though. She recovers well. Keeps it to a single.
Just a bit of a loose delivery there from Lucy Heyhoe, but just the one coming off that.
Smale on strike. She's got 49 from 55 balls. Teresa Graves goes back at mid-on. Smale works it into the leg side. They think about a single. Rachael had made it halfway down. It's a direct hit.
That's well switched on there from Kirsty Gordon, bringing out full stretch dive to stop that from going from any more overthrows.
A little bit of pressure out there. Smale and Rachael just a tad indecisive. You do not want Smale to get run. Well,
yeah.
It's those milestones.
Yeah.
Where Serene Smale's running seems to go to pieces a little bit. She's still there though. 107 for free.
Yeah, Sarah Glenn to continue from the Stuart Broad end. Pull in nicely. Good change of ends from her. Lucy Heyhoe is up in the cover in the ring. Blaze just applying that pressure, not allowing Ellie Rachael to get off the mark in the ring. She's come down the track, hit that nicely to Teresa Graves at mid-off, but no run. Grace Ballon just moves from 45 to backward square in the ring. Sarah Glenn in, shorter length delivery, bounced just in front of Marie Kelly out on that deep mid-wicket boundary, get through for a single. Brings Sarah Smale back on strike. And Captain Kirsty Gordon, Sarah Glenn just having a little chat whether to put cover out or stay in, and the choice was to stay in the ring.
I think that's sensible. Just keep that pressure on for as long as possible. Make them force it. Smale has 50. A single to cover. She's forced an error as well. Will they come back for 2? No, they won't. Back-to-back half-centuries for Sarah Ismail. She batted quite beautifully. She had 6 boundaries in the space of, what, 4, 5, 6 overs. 50 not out now. She's been out there for nearly an hour and a half, 57 balls, 7 fours. She is doing exactly the job that her team needs her to do, and the Blaze need to remove her.
Yeah, she's batted it excellently. As we said from the start, she's just batted with confidence and looks like she's really in control of everything. So as that one's just worked into the offside. Good fielding by Sophie Monroe there at backward point. But yeah, she's looked like she's in control of it today, and not looked too phased by the Blaze attack here. So very well batted again. As Sarah Glenn comes in and plays that back. Rachael play that back to Sarah Glenn for a dot ball.
Glenn sends a fielder out, Lucy Heyhoe. Dispatched out towards the covers at deep cover. Happy to give Rachael the strike. Last ball, the 23rd. Decides not to take a single to grace. Ballinger, 109 for 3, 66 required from 162 balls, so still lots and lots of time. But the Thunder have just been checked in their stride a little bit. It looked at one point like they might go on and win this in, well, by now really. Blaze have fought back though.
Yeah, definitely. I think that current run rate was over 5s for a while, and it's now dropped below, so encouraging signs for the Blaze. But they'd like to see the back of Smail's shirt right now. She is the informed batter that's looking pretty comfortable at the minute. She works that one onto the leg side, out to Nadine de Klerk at deep mid-wicket.
The thing is, it's so difficult for the Blaze because they could do this in ones. They could do that by, they could win this game by doing exactly what Sarah Ismail has just taken every couple of balls. Got loads of time. Glenn's still got 5 overs. Heyhoe's only in her thirds. There's a lot of spin to come. Kirsty Gordon, I think, still has 5 left. No, she's bowled 7 actually, Kirsty Gordon. Still only got 3 left. Gets through them so quickly.
Yeah, she does. Well bowled from Lucy Heyhoe there. Good defence from Ellie Thorokeld. Don't think it'll be long before we see that sweep shot that she plays so well. That one's played back to Lucy Heyhoe. Picked up by Kirsty Gordon for another dot ball.
Halfway through the 24th over then. And watchful from Rachael, but finds a fielder. Can't force the ball away, can't find a gap. 2 off 21 she's got. Doesn't seem too worried by it right now. Wider, floated, chipped over and not quite over, so caught by Kirsty Gordon at mid-off. She was trying to go over the top. Pressure has told there. Ellie Rachael, the captain of the Thunder, has chipped it straight to the captain of the Blaze. They've lost their 4th wicket, 110 for 4.
Yeah, it's very good from the Blaze there. Just building that pressure, not allowing Ellie Rachael to get off strike and get down the other end. So really good pressure, forcing her to try and go over the top again, as we saw with Fee Morris, and unfortunately for Thunder, could not get it over the top. And another good catch by Kirsty Gordon.
She's never dropping those, is she?
No.
We're going to see Naomi Datani out into the middle. Hasn't made many runs thus far this season, and ever present in the side. Sarah Ismail just giving her a few pointers as to what it's doing out there. Heyhoe's off spinners. Again, yet again today we've seen a wicket with a batter trying to force it. How many times have we seen that? It's a rhetorical question because I don't actually know the answer to it, but we've seen it a few.
Yeah, I think surprised that Rachael looked to come down the ground. I don't doubt she can hit it well over